Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2. Let's see. Check 1 2, and we are live. Let's go. Verseless is already in the building. What's up, Verseless? It's good to see you, man. I hope you're doing absolutely amazing. Let's get this live stream moving. If you are coming in for the first time, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. Appreciate y'all tapping into the live stream. Quick spiel on what we do here at Track Talk. These are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen long form consultations for artists, producers, engineers, musicians, vocalists, songwriters, etc., etc. The structure of this live stream is to go incredibly in depth into the structure of your mix and master, sound design and lyric structure, getting into the nuances of your songwriting and song formatting, so on and so on. So if you are interested in what we do with these long form consultations, then if you are on TikTok, you can go to my profile and click on the link. You'll see Track Talk Submission. On Twitch, type !submit right there in the chat. And if you're on YouTube, go to my description for the live and you'll see the same link right there. And for those of you who don't know, I see some of the family coming in here. Thank y'all so much for hopping in. Neon the Bishop, Nick, thanks for hopping in. James, Verseless, I appreciate y'all hopping into the live stream over on TikTok. But once again, if for those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. And I'm also a classically trained musician. So if you are looking to get nuance, you're looking for a really in-depth, long-form, detailed breakdown of your music, that's what this live stream is all about. What's up, Jenna? Welcome in. Kobe, welcome in. Robin, appreciate you hopping in as well. Yes, if you want all of the details, follow the link right here. There's a detailed form of just every detail of the structure of the live stream, how it works, why it works that way, so on and so on. This is not a quick review. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings or polls. It's not a hype live or an exposure live. The structure of this live is a long form, detailed consultation. It is an in-depth analysis of the structure of your music, like I mentioned earlier. Each of these breakdowns are 20 to 30 minutes long. So it's not 5 minutes and we move on. We tell you to get a better mix and have better energy and that's it. And then we move on. We're going to spend some time. We're going to spend some time on the structure of your music and hopefully, ideally, give you specific, professional and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. Mac, thank you so much for hopping. But yeah, it is a paid service. It's not like a free line, a free review or skip past it or whatever. It's nothing like that. About 25 to 30 minutes per breakdown. Clayton, welcome into the live stream. Thank you for being here. If you're on TikTok, make sure you're tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people, and we'll get moving with some music hopefully here in just a little bit. Let me get a few things updated while I wait for things to launch here. But yeah, if you're on TikTok, if you'd like to submit, go to my profile or just read through all the details as well. There's an FAQ, there's terms of service, there's all this kinds of stuff you can read to make sure that you have the details right. But if you want to, that's over on, just go to my profile, click on the link tree, and then click on Track Talk Submission. Okay. Let me update a few things here. Hold on. Yeah. All right. Let me double check. Dawn is in the building. What's up, Dawn? Welcome in. Thank y'all so much for tapping into the live stream today. Let me get this updated over here. Give me one moment, you guys. Let me make sure that I'm up and running. We should be live on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. Let's go. The likes are they're SpongeBob for you? Wait, hold on. Let me see. The likes are SpongeBob. What does that mean? Let me check on this account over here. Yo, they are. The likes are SpongeBob. They're like, are they purple for you, Jenna? It's like a heart and Patrick and SpongeBob or something. That's interesting. Very, very interesting. Y'all, thank y'all so much for tapping in. Yeah, that's fun. They're always like switching it up. Les is in the building on YouTube. What's up, Les? Welcome in over on YouTube. It's so good to see you. Appreciate you hopping in. How you feeling today? Cletus, welcome in. Cletus, thanks for tapping into the live stream over on TikTok. How are y'all feeling today? What are y'all up to? I'm hoping to be on for like 2 hours, not a huge amount of time. So I'm hoping like 2 to 3 hours tops. So if you would like to submit for a consultation, I would do it earlier just because I don't want to spend too much time waiting around. Yesterday, or this whole last week, I've been on super late. Thank you, Les. I appreciate it. I've been on super late the last week or two or so, and I'm in the process of fixing up some equipment in here and getting ready to rearrange some things here in the studio. So I've been working on all kinds of other different projects, and I'm getting a little bit behind, which is pushing streaming if I do it super late. So I'm trying to get away from that. So about 2 to 3 hours today. Blaze or Blase, welcome in. Thanks for hopping in. Dark Tropics, what's up? Get Up, thank you for hopping in. Is it Brixton? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here as well. I really appreciate it. Welcome into the live stream, y'all. If you're on TikTok, make sure you are tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people, and we'll get moving with some music here in just a sec. Okay, let's switch this over here. Alan's in the building. What's up, Alan? Good to see you. Gifted Hands, welcome in. Welcome into the live stream, y'all. I'm getting some things, as we're getting things flowing here, I'm just getting some things moving. Brother, happy holidays. Hope all is well. Doing pretty good, man. Things have been a little crazy over here, but crazy's not, keeps us alive. It keeps us moving a little bit. Mannequin, welcome in. But yeah, I think things are doing pretty good. They're going pretty well. There's always some stressors and stuff like that. Just in anytime you own a business, there's always going to be some nuance. There's always going to be some stress, but at the same time, I wouldn't really trade it for the world. So I'm blessed to be able to do what I do. Hannah, welcome in. I appreciate you hopping in. Thanks for tapping into the live stream as well. Let me keep this updated over here. Give me 1 second. Let me check up on this as well. Y'all keep tapping the screen. Let's try to get to at least 2,000 likes. And then once again, if you would like to submit for a consultation, if you're on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link, and you'll see Track Talk Submission. You can find all of the details of the live stream there. If you're on Twitch, hit !submit. If you're on YouTube, then go to my description and you'll see the details right there. You'll see the link right there. Give me 1 second to double check this. Let's see. Let's see. 91 storage. Okay, perfect. All right, we should be good. We should be updated. We should be ready to go. Let's see. Fly in the Wall. Welcome into the live stream. How you feeling, Alan? It's good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well as well. Dexter's in the building. What's up, Dexter? Let me go ahead and quiet this up because I'd rather just play than have music in the background. It's a lot more fun. I get my notifications about the stream from Discord. You guys got to follow there. I know I'm so bad. I got 50 million things going on, lads. I'm so bad about like updating Discord and being active in there and stuff like that. I'm just it's definitely one of my weak points. I feel like 1,000 things going on all at once. But we definitely need to be more in tune over on Discord. Definitely need to be more active over there. But it's that it'll probably take a couple months before I'm able to, at least another month or two before I'm able to be maybe a little bit more active over there. I got to get through the holidays, get through my current work schedule, my current slot of projects, because it's been a lot. There's been a lot going on at once. Ivo, welcome in. Am I saying that correctly? Evo, thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. If you're over on TikTok, make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people, and hopefully we'll get into some consultations here. But you guys, you guys oh, thank you. Okay, I appreciate it. No, you're good. You're good. I was like, man, we try. For a while we were pretty active over there, and there's some other community members that are a little bit more active. But man, Libby and I have been we've been in the weeds. We've been in the weeds for like the last couple months. But I hope we can get the whole community more active over there. Do some challenges over there, some calls and stuff like that would be fun as well. Lee Orbis, thank you so much for hopping in. Appreciate you being here. Joy B, welcome in. Holter's in the building. What's up, Holter? Welcome in. How you feeling today? Austin, welcome in. Good to see you, Austin. Welcome in, welcome in. Jenna, I appreciate you liking the live. Thank you so much for that. TikTok's been taking a while. Been taking a while to get moving these days. Sometimes it's a little behind, a little bit behind. Jenka's in the building. What's up, Jenka? Bohemian Rhapsody, is it possible? Is it possible? If I could play it by ear probably, or figure out some of the movements by ear. I've never tried to play it before, so I wouldn't be able to do it by memory. Play a synth solo. I could do some synth stuff while we're waiting for while we're waiting for stuff to get moving in here. We could mess around a little bit. I don't have a ton of time today, so I would like to get moving with hopefully some music today, but we'll see what we got. Nate, thanks for hopping in. Jacob, welcome in. If you're over on TikTok and you want to submit for a consultation, go to my profile, click on the link, and follow the details there. On Twitch, hit !submit. If you're on YouTube, just go to my description and you can follow the details right there. If you don't know what I'm talking about, this is Track Talk. These are 20 to 30 minute consultations where we're going to get into your mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric, and song structure. You can send in your music and we'll offer a professional, detailed, multiple listen consultation to get into the nuances of your music and all of those different details. Get a professional second set of ears on what you're doing, either post-release to see how it is as a finished project, or pre-release to kind of see what things you could polish before getting it out there, things that would make it potentially more commercially viable, so on and so on. Derek Bennett, welcome in. Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing fantastic today. I figured out my brain only took something for to kick in. That's unfortunate. Luciano, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate you hopping in. How are you feeling today? And yeah, migraines are no joke. They're no joke, Jenna. They're so, wide open. We literally just hopped on, Derek. We just hopped on. Let me throw up the line. I do need to clear yesterday's. Let's see. Let me clear. Let's see what I got time for today. Kush is in the building. What's up, Kush? Welcome in. Yeah, why don't we just hopped on. We haven't even gotten anything set up yet. What's up, Kush? How you feeling today, y'all? Appreciate y'all hopping into the live stream today. We're just getting things flowing. We just hopped on. We're gonna start building out the line here in the list here and get into hopefully some consultations here in a second. I'm assuming Derek's coming in here in just a moment. Let me get this updated right here. And Nate, I see you as well. Oh no, you heard me stimming in the background? No, Kush. I appreciate it. I don't know. I've like severe ADHD, so I feel like I'm just doing stuff. But I appreciate you. I did say Derek, but it was a different name. I think I just done it instead of. Hold on. Let me catch up on a couple things here. Okay, Nate, so what I want you to do, go to, it's right here. I'll throw it up on the screen just for a second. Follow these steps right here. I did just get the 5 through the website, but I want to make sure that you read through all of those details so that I can get your full submission and we can do the consultation. I'll get you up on the board. So make sure that you follow all of these steps here. And once you go to that link, read through everything top to bottom. That's where you'll see the email to submit and all of the details of the live stream itself and its structure. Because I want to make sure that I get your file, your link, whatever it may be, and get you up on the board with the full submission. So just make sure you read through that and I got you. We'll get you up there here in just a second. I'm going to look out for Derek as well. Just got Derek. Dude, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you, Derek. I appreciate your submission. Let me update the board here. Give me one moment. We're going to start to fill out here. Let's get 10K, 100%. But Derek, I was talking to Derek Bennett, but I do appreciate Derek Wakefield being here as well. Thank you so much for hopping in. Okay, let me check in this real quick. Heard your vocal in hot, and I'm a mix engineer in South Florida. Let's go. Shout out to you, man. How long have you been engineering? So cool. I appreciate you being here. Welcome, fellow Dereks. Okay, let me get Derek up here on the board, and then I'm going to see if I get the full submission from Nate here in just a second. Let's get. I know the SpongeBob is cute. I do like that. That's fun. I'll keep it Derek for now. If we have another Derek hop in, then I'll make sure. 10 years, owned a recording studio for 8. Beautiful. I love to hear it. I'm always a fan when we get other people in here that understand the industry, understand what they're talking about. Tell me this while we have a few people coming into the chat. Something usually do big studio work down in Miami. Beautiful. Love it so much. Sync, welcome in. Good to see you as well, Sync. I appreciate you here. I can't talk, y'all. I appreciate you being here over on YouTube as well. Thank you for hopping in. I see you and Les over there. Okay, just so everybody can learn from your experience, I like to ask this when a lot of other like professional engineers come into the live stream, professional producers come into the live stream as well. What would you say was the biggest mistake that you made when you first started engineering? The biggest mistake that, or the worst advice that you got, something like that, right? Like I think a lot of people get led in the wrong direction. They're following all the wrong trends, all the wrong people, doing all the wrong stuff in the wrong order. And I think it's really valuable for people to hear. And you don't have to, there's no pressure. You don't have to answer this if you don't want to. But I do think that it can be valuable for new engineers, new producers that are coming into the industry, coming into the space even independently, to hear from someone who's done it at some scale, and kind of talk through what were some of the things that led them astray early on. Thought I could learn it all on my own. That's facts. That's so true. It's so true. You can do it. Yeah. Is it Barnabas? I see you too. You can do it all by yourself. 100%. 100%. Derek said I started off on the wrong foot financially and worked with the wrong people. All so true. All so true. I'm very grateful that when I was like 17, 18, and 19 years old, I did a 2.5-year private mentorship in a studio with one of the professors of the audio at the time of the Audio Engineering Institute in San Antonio. Spent 2.5 years with him in his studio, learning live sound tracking, studio recording, live mixing, all kinds of just fun stuff. We were fixing speakers, making cables, all the fun stuff. That I am so incredibly grateful that I had that as a foundation. And I see two sides to it. I think most engineers would agree that the foundation of solid information. Houston, every now and again, let's go. Shout out Houston, H-Town. I think most good engineers would agree that a foundation of knowledge and real world information is vitally important to your journey. And then outside of that, once you step outside of that, you need to do it 1,000 times. There's no way around that. I think so. I see two sides. I see people who are like, I'm never going to train in anything. I'm just going to fly by the seat of my pants, and I'm just going to just keep things loose, and I'm just going to learn from random TikToks and YouTubers. There's nothing specifically wrong with that, but you are going to be missing some foundational learning that I think is really valuable. Thank you for the heart me, Livy. I appreciate it. And then the flip side is people that think that because they went to Full Sail or something like that, or they actually learned in a more contemporary structured environment for audio engineering, that they don't have to do anything else. And they just think because they did that, they can just talk and they can just go from there. I think a combination, some hybrid of the two, is where most great producers and engineers and musicians rise to the top, where you do have some level of foundational training, or whether that's like a course or some legit training, you work in a studio, you intern for a while, you get a mentor in the space, and you work at it really, 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 really well. You have a solid foundation of training and understanding. You get the language, you get the industry, and on top of that, you then execute at scale. You can't go to school for it and then think because you mixed like 3 songs and you're wondering why nothing sounds good and nothing sounds, palatable, nothing sounds cohesive, and nothing's industry standard at all. You've got to execute at scale. That is just it is the name of the game. There's no better teacher than experience, and I fully believe that. If you have that in tandem to a more contemporary learning environment, I really do feel like I'm so grateful I got to start. And I've been producing and playing music for most of my life, even before I got trained in audio engineering and worked in the studio. But man, I wouldn't trade it for the world. I'm so incredibly grateful. Sink said, for me, the biggest mistake, I listened to too many people and got so confused, so I self-taught myself. Also so valid. Also so valid. I'm going to catch up on some TikTok messages here in a second too. So valid. I think it is incredibly challenging, especially if you're on TikTok, if you're on YouTube and there's just so many voices, so many people that are just like plugin and gear obsessed. And I love some plugins and I love some gear. They're valuable tools to have and valuable tools to understand. But people that are just obsessed with the latest plugin and the latest like trick, this game-changing, life-changing trick and plugin or whatever, to me, you can just get pulled in so many different directions, and then you're confused and you don't even know why you're doing anything. And that's so frustrating, especially for a new engineer, a new producer, a new musician. Not having any idea why you're even making the decisions you're making is incredibly frustrating. Let's see. Thank you so much, Livy. I appreciate it. I'm still fighting with this AI vocalist. He's still trying to say he's legit. Get out of it. Man, it's so frustrating. Don't know music. Thank you for hopping in. And we are doing consultations. So if you hit !submit right there in the Twitch chat, the link will pop up for you and you can read through all of the details of the live stream. But thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate that. They are 20 to 30 minute consultations for artists and producers, so on and so on. So we're gonna spend about 20 to 30 minutes going through the track multiple times to break down mix and master, song structure, lyrics, sound design and production elements, stuff like that. Like I said, 20 to 30 minutes. It's a long form consultation to hopefully give some actionable feedback and a really long form analysis of your music. And that's the structure of what we do. No worries at all. And don't feel any pressure. The way I structure this too, and then I'll catch up on some chat here in a second. The way I structure it here too is also hopefully in a way that even if you're not submitting, you're not on the board, you're not getting your music heard, you can still learn something. You can still tap into what other people, like if maybe they're having an issue with your vocal, maybe it's the same issue you're having with your vocal where it's bright and tinny and hissy, there's a lot of sibilant energy, or maybe your productions are kind of muddy and you're trying to kind of understand the structure of how to build up your production and something isn't quite working for you, then I do my very best, I really do, to just kind of frame things in a way that everybody can kind of learn from the artist's experience. So I appreciate you being here. Thanks for tapping in. Feel free to tap in anytime. There's no pressure to submit. I just want to make sure that people are getting as much value as possible. Derek said they're still fighting with the AI vocalist, dude. It's so frustrating. So frustrating. If y'all don't know, Derek, I think paid someone, if I'm remembering correctly, paid someone to do vocals on a song for him, and they sent AI vocals. It's just such bullshit, dude. That few things will anger me more in this industry than something like that. If that's where we're headed with AI, then it's not fun. It's not fun. Kush said, "Nah, man, that's what set me apart. I worked in the industry for a long time before I went to school. Love it. I did it on the local circuit for almost a dime, 100%. Yeah, I think the hybrid is the way to go. You got to learn. You got to really deeply learn, and then you got to execute at scale. There's no way around it. The best people have put in the time. I appreciate Jenna. Thank you for the love. I appreciate it. I desperately hope you do, Derek. Desperately hope you do. That's so frustrating. Just got to do the 10,000 hours facts. No way around it. I'm working with the site and they're doing an investigation. Okay. Beautiful. Hey, that's good. That's good. I love that. Thank you so much, Sync. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you for tapping in over on YouTube and Twitch as well. Kush, I appreciate the follow. Thank you for that so much. I really appreciate y'all's support over on TikTok as well. Definitely, man. Same. Because I have it on another computer here. Let me follow you back really quick, man. I appreciate you. Hey, peace, man. Have a good one. I appreciate you so much. Let me give you a follow here too. Give me one sec. Beautiful. Boom. Done. Love it. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Have a great rest of your day too, man. I appreciate it. All right, let's get into some music, y'all. It's time for some consultations. Thank y'all so much for hopping in. Again, if you would like to submit, just quick spiel. If you want to submit, go to and then let me double check some things here too. I'm still working, waiting on yours, I think. So Nate, if you're here and you have followed the steps, definitely make sure that you're tapped in. I want to make sure that I get everything that you need. Give me 1 second. Maybe let me make sure I got all of this updated here. Boom, boom, boom. Oh yeah, it's time. All right, and then Derek, I got you here. Give me 1 sec. Let me get this up here. All right, let's get into Derek's track here. Let's get into our first consultation of the day. This is Derek Bennett. Vocals are coming soon. The piano is written by his brother. The production is all Derek. Let's get into it. Last spiel before we start the music. If you would like to submit for a 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultation where we get into the details of your music in depth and at scale, then go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Just read through and follow all the steps. If you are on Twitch, hit !submit right there in the chat. If you're on YouTube, then Derek, thank you for the heart me, and thank you for the I'm ready as well. I appreciate you so much, man. I appreciate that. If you're on YouTube, go to my description and click on the link from there, and you'll see all the details that you need in order to submit. This is Derek Bennett. The song is called Risen. It's just an instrumental so far. So I'm assuming, as usual, correct me if I'm wrong, we're focusing largely on production structure for this one. Let's dive in, man. I know, this is fun. That's fun. Let's go, Derek. I love that. So my brother recorded this with me, told me I could do whatever with it. Nice. The only thing I didn't like is then it saves that chat over all the VODs, which makes it hard to like cut things down. But there are some benefits to it for sure. In the future, I'll try to like say which platform they're talking on too, because that'd be helpful. Lion Den, welcome in. Beautiful. Y'all show some love. Mary, welcome in. Appreciate you being here over on TikTok. Thanks for hopping into the live stream. Y'all show some love. That is called Risen by Derek Bennett. This is an early demo. There's going to be vocals on here, and obviously they're not. So this is unmixed and unbalanced. This is just kind of an early demo of this production. So the main thing we're going to focus on is production structure. If my ears are doing what they're supposed to do, I believe it's in G minor. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, let's run it from the top and let's get into some of the details of the song structure and let's get into some of the details of the production elements. There's a couple little progression changes that I hear that I want to tap into for a moment as well. But this is great for an early demo. I'm excited to dig into this, and I'm also excited to get vocals on it. Do you have an idea of who the vocalist will be on this record? Let me know, because I obviously know. I know you're working with a potential new vocalist, but I also know, Emmy and some, is it Mangus? Some of the other ones that we have in here. All right, let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. Risen by Derek Bennett. Let's get into it. Same girl that's doing this new song for me. Okay, beautiful, man. I love that. Does it seem like she's going to be able to be like a fresh, like consistent vocalist for you? Because now you've got a rotation of, 4 people or so, right? 4 or 5 vocalists that you're able to work with. I think she'll be able to do the cinematic stuff I'm looking for. Beautiful. Love it, love it, love it. That makes me happy. Let's get into it. Yeah, someone who has like a little higher range too. Okay, so here's one thing that I'm listening for. And then Sync over on YouTube said, amazing balance of each element. Sounds absolutely fantastic. Great sound quality. Shout out to Sync. Always so encouraging, so supportive. I appreciate that so much. And they're actually Sync. It is Derek Bennett over on YouTube. It's called Risen. It's unreleased. It's just a demo right now, so you're not going to be able to find it anywhere, but it is called Risen by Derek Bennett. He's over on TikTok. If you want to find him, you can, in fact, Sync, if you go to my description, you click on the link for the live stream. There's, I think it's the same link. Yeah, if you go to that link, I think it's just my link tree. On the top, you can see the TikTok symbol. If you click that and you hop into the live stream over there, that's a long route, right? If you hop into the live stream over there, you can see Derek. They're over in the chat on that side. But yeah, Derek Bennett's awesome. He's a great producer. All right, let's run it from the top. So you have this progression. The G minor, D sharp major, F major to the D minor, right? Love the progression. You have he said Derek Bennett Music on YouTube or Instagram as well. So you can find him on those different platforms as well. You have basically what I think is kind of a low cello or like quartet of strings that is holding, it sounds like it's holding a G. So it's kind of here. So that's kind of hitting there, and then it's hitting right there, right? So you have this low hold on a string on the G, like singular, I think no minor structure to it. It just kind of holds there. So you do get this tension when it moves to the F, when it walks up from the D sharp major to the F major, you do get this tension from the low hold of that string versus where all of the other progressions are moving. The other strings change progression as well as the piano. To me, that is where it gets a little bit muddy. And again, you know me, again, when I'm speaking of tension, to me, there's positive and negative tension. There's, and the same with, same with dissonance, same with tension, same with detuning, same with things that are out of pitch or portamento, they're bending, all of those things. Like for me, does the tension add feeling and add energy to something and make you feel something, specific emotionally? Or is it kind of distracting that something just feels like it's not in the right space? Meg, thank you so much for hopping in. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then click on Track Talk Submission, and then just follow the steps here. I'm going to throw up the line here just for a second. We're just getting the music moving right now. But let's get a little bit deeper into this. I want to hear that pad, and we'll hear it, or that string. I think it's just like a one string holding on the G. I heard it later on in the song as well. So I think it might just kind of hold for the majority of the song structure. So that would be something that I don't mind it. For the G and like the D sharp, it's okay. Once you move to the F and the D, that's where I'm starting to feel a bit more of that rub and that tension that I don't feel is as impactful and as nuanced as we want it to be. Don't know music. I sent $5. Okay, hold on. Let me double check a few things really quick. Okay, make sure, please. I'm looking for Nate too. Yeah, it's a low string there. I'm looking for Nate as well. I need Don't Know Music and Nate. Please make sure that y'all double check all of the details of the live stream. So when you go to that link, you'll see a couple steps. You'll see the email where you need to submit, and then you'll see all of the details of like how to submit and how that works, and even an FAQ and stuff like that. And then you'll see the credits at the bottom where I think both of y'all sent one through the website, and then I just got the cash app, I believe, from You Don't Know Music, I'm pretty sure. So make sure that y'all do read through all of the steps so I can make sure I get both of you back up on the board after Derek here. All right, let me run this from the top, and then we'll hear that G at the bottom. Yeah, it's that G. It's like that middle G. So you know what, like a G3 here. Yeah, it just holds on the G the whole time. So I think what my brain wants to hear is that it either follows, yeah, I've got a pad on G the entire track. Two options. One, if you're gonna keep it holding the entire time, what's gonna work better would be to hold over the one. James, welcome in, appreciate you being here. Which in this case would be B flat. B flat would be what you would hold on. So as opposed to it being here, and that's where you're getting all the tension kind of here in the middle. That's kind of what you're hearing in the middle of the mix. If you hold on the B flat, if you just bring it up 3 semitones from here to bring it up 3 semitones, then you have there's tension there. So honestly, to me, based on a lot of the structure that we have here, I think it might be better. So let me see if you're starting on the G minor. Don't Know Music. That's why I need you to read through all the details at that link. I want you to read through all that because there's a lot of details there that I want to make sure that you're crystal clear on. That way we know exactly what's going on. You know the structure and the order, how the line works, how submission works and everything there. And it details all of those things out right there. So I want to make sure that you have all of that locked in. So it's really, really clear. The email is right there. You'll see all of the credit and all of that stuff. And I want to make sure that you have all of those details super, super clearly because there's more than I can explain just right here on the live stream too. Also because sometimes the platforms start to like suppress things if I talk too much about like the payment platforms and stuff like that. So I do want to make sure that that you have everything in order because I think I just have half a submission from you, and I want to make sure that it's really locked in. He said, yeah, I've got a pad on G the entire time. Okay, let me go back through. Love the soft, this is Sync over on YouTube. Love the soft intro build up before the main climax of the music. Was it some reverb added to the piano or is that a low strings behind the piano? I heard there is some low strings behind the piano. I think that's probably larger. I think there's some reverb as well, but I think it's largely the strings underneath the piano that you're hearing. Okay, let me run this back. I want to get into this kind of happens over the whole course of the song. So I do want to make sure that I get this. What I would probably do, got you, Megan. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Meg, appreciate it. I got you. Let me get you on the board real quick. Got you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. I've got that, and then I'll be on the lookout for your email as well. All right, let's get into this track. I gotta focus. So what I would probably do, Derek, is just follow the progression. Just because over the chord progression that you have, if it's a low string, if it's the low string, then you're gonna get a lot of tension from what you're creating. Got you, Gio. I got you on the other platform. That might have taken a minute to come in. I got you. Yeah. Perfect. I was like, wait, hold on. I was like, is that just a really similar name? I got you. You're on the board. You're ready to go. Let me update that real quick. Thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. And Don't Know. I'm gonna put it as Don't Know. Is that your artist name? Don't Know Music? Or if you have an artist name, let me know. I got you up there. Yeah, then just copy it over, copy that email, and we'll get you in the right place. All right, order, hold on. Order should be current. There we go. Why doesn't it want to move these around? That's weird. Yeah, I was like, wait, hold on one second. I was getting confused. Let me see real quick. Meg, yes, I got you. I got you. All right, let's get into this. So what I would probably do, Derek, so right now we're hanging over the G minor, right? And that's where a lot of your tension is coming from, right? In this case, I would probably just follow it. So in this case, it would be G, D sharp, F, D, and just follow. Or follow the third. That's where you start on the A sharp. In that case, that to me gives me still some of the tension maybe you're looking for. Having the harmony in there, you still get a little bit of the tension from the strings versus the piano, but it also gives you like the third note harmony over it, which I think might be more beneficial to filling out the mix a little bit more. So maybe starting on in this case, that would be an A sharp, G, A, F. That would be the third harmony to that right there. And then again, that gives you a little bit of tension. You get a little bit of the harmonics there, but not nearly as much mud by holding on the D. The strings. The piano's fine. Piano's fine. It's just that pad that's holding in the background that's creating all that tension since it doesn't move off of the G. Got you. I'll be on the lookout for it. I appreciate you. Yeah, piano's fine because the piano's... Piano's progression is beautiful. The movement's really nice. It's that pad. It's that string pad in the background that to me is creating all of that tension. So it depends. You can either follow the piano. So to me, there's kind of two options. So if you want to keep it low, there's kind of two options. One would be following the piano. That's G, D sharp, F, D. That would be following the piano. The harmony would be A sharp, G, A, F. And that would be... And that would follow the piano, but give you a harmony to the piano. That might be kind of nice. That's what I think would work a little bit better. So the strings, that low pad would be an A sharp, a G, an A, and an F. Yeah, the low one. Because it sounds like... Yeah, I think I'm getting confused with the semantics because the pad is strings. It's like a string pad. But yeah, I mean the low pad. The strings already follow it. Yeah, the strings already follow it. So yeah, the low pad that's underneath there that doesn't move at all, that's what I would have follow the third note harmony. Again, A sharp or B flat, in this case, B flat, G, A, F. That's the harmony over it. And that gives you still some weight and tension down there. And I would have that pretty much for the whole song, unless there's a time that the progression changes. No, you're totally good. I got confused. Yeah, because the higher strings already follow it. Beautiful. Love that. So here you then half time that progression, right? Now you're like another 8 counts instead of 4 counts over the measure. So you're halftime over the progression. That to me, I would do the same thing. So if there's another thing if that pad is just holding on the G straight through this as well, it's going to create a lot of mud, especially with other strings. You have a choir, you have brass, you've got bass, you've got piano, you've got all of these elements, right? So if that's holding, that's going to be a little bit muddier, especially because it's in the space where there's another bass that's taking up some of the space there too. So if the low pad and the bass is not really working together, they're stepping on each other's toes pitch-wise, then I feel like you should align it. So I would do the same thing, but you just need to lengthen it out now. Now you just need that B flat. It's just lengthened out by 4 measures instead of the 2, right? It's just a little bit more spread out. So that's what I would focus on. That's what I would focus on. Joseph's in the building. What's up, Joseph? I hope you're doing amazing, man. And I just saw your, I am checking all of my messages right before I get on Instagram, because I've been working on a bunch of other stuff today. So I just saw your messages before I got on the live stream. So I'm going to check that as soon as we get off here and send you an update. Thank you for the holiday, Tater. I appreciate you, man. The build up here is beautiful though. It really, really is. Like the brass build up, the tension behind that, the choir introduction. There's a lot that I really, really like about this. It's to me, it's just about clarity in your progression and your low elements, so it's not too muddy. Now, if that string is way up here, if it was like a high string holding through, it might sound a little bit better because you're not dealing with as much like low end build up. But in this case, I like where it sits. I just feel like it's a little bit muddy. And then Sink said, beautiful music piece. It's one of those that sticks in your head. 100%, 100%. I agree. All right, let me get into this little breakdown in here. Love all, I mean, you know I love all that stuff. KX, welcome in. Thank you so much for hopping in. Dude, I know. It's crazy. And I still know there's so much I need to add up. There's still so much I need to add on here because I spent weeks just getting all of this rearranged to be able to go on TikTok this way. I have 2 computers working at it now, which has just it's been chaotic, but it finally got a lot of that working. But now I'm realizing that I'm not getting notified of things on different platforms. So it's like, now that I finally spent like 3 weeks getting this stream to just like function halfway decent, where it like looks okay on camera and like sounds good and stuff like that, then I'm like, oh, but I'm not getting notified, as you probably notice on Twitch. I'm not getting like notified of a lot of things. So if like, I don't know, if someone's gifting or subscribing, sometimes I get an email that someone subscribed or something like that, but I've lost a lot of that and I need to like re-add it back in again. So I'm like, dude, I've got so much more I've got to focus on now. It's like a lot going to 3 different platforms all at once. What's up, Dylan? Welcome in. Good to see you, man. I appreciate you being here. Love the dynamics here. I can hear where you would be able to fit some vocals in here, especially once it's mixed and it's balanced, so it doesn't feel too forward. I'm excited. I'll be back for. What do you mean, Dylan? She definitely hops in whenever she can to like help with help modding and stuff like that, because the modding is one of the hard parts too. So she definitely hops in with a lot of that stuff. You need help with it? Let me know. I started using StreamerBot and it's helped a bit. Yeah, I do have StreamerBot. I do have StreamerBot, or I think 2 different bots, Nightbot and StreamerBot, that I have for Twitch, that helps just put the links out there and the commands and like whatever, all that stuff. And then but I don't have like the overlay to where on OBS I'm seeing that I'm getting getting information. Like I'm seeing the redemptions in the chat for community points and like stuff like that. That's the stuff that I gotta get figured out. Which I did before, because you remember when I was only going to Twitch for a while. I had all of that stuff set up, and it popped up on the screen. We had all the fun stuff set up, but I no longer have it all set up since I redid all of this stuff, and I need to get it back. So I can. It's just gonna take a little bit. 100%. Lucas is back in the building. What's up, Lucas? Welcome in. Thank you. I'm a little overwhelmed, but we'll make it happen. You're gonna have all of your stuff worked out. I'm gonna get on everything. And it'll all work out. This is kind of a crazy time. I feel like I've been saying that. What's up, Cuff Malone? Good to see you, Cuff. It's so good to see your name in the chat. I feel like I've been saying that it's like a crazy time for like the last 5 years. But it's been kind of wild. David's in the building. What's up, David? Welcome in. Dude, I know. I was like, you know what? Hopefully, I feel like back in April, I was like, okay, we're about to move. We're about to move cities. That's going to be crazy. And then we finally moved, and that was chaos for like 3 months. We finally got settled. And then 2 months into that, this happened. A month into that, this happened. And then it's the holidays. We're like, okay, after the holidays. And I'm like, well, then right after the holidays, half my family's moving out of the state. And I'm like, wait, I don't know what's going on. It never lets up. It never lets up. So, I'm just trying to work through it. I'm just trying to like keep things moving, man. Okay, let's keep it going. I got to get to the rest of the song here on this second listen. I know, literally. I'm And another thing here, Cuff, thank you so much for the dinosaur. Yo, come on, man. Come on. Y'all show some love to Cuff Malone. Dude, you're crazy. Thank you so much for the love. I do not deserve that. I appreciate that so much, man. Thank you for the gifts over on TikTok. That means so much to me, man. I'm so humbled and so honored. Yeah, come on. Cuff, all right, Cuff, we got to get you on the board. Cuff, we got to get you on the board. Hold on. We got to get Cuff. Sorry, Derek. Sorry. I got to get this. David, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Where did my, hold on. Where did my marker go? Do. Not today. What do you mean, Cuff Malone? What do you mean? I want to make sure I know what you mean. Give me a second. I got to get you on this. This is our Galaxy gifter board. So you get on the Galaxy board, man. You get on the Galaxy board. I need to go grab a marker. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. You want the 10, right? Is that what you're talking about? Shout out to Cuff Malone, man. I appreciate you so much. Let's see. I'll be live tomorrow as well. Let me get it on my list then, man. And then I'm gonna get you on. I got you. Okay, let me get you saved. But I have to get you on our board though. Give me 1 second. We got our Galaxy board on here. We got Kimura. We got Life Explosion on there. I gotta get you on there. So give me 1 moment. Oops, sorry. I'm not trying to smack my mic. All right, let's see where my. Hey, thank you. No, don't be sorry at all. I appreciate you hopping in sync. Thank you so much for being here over on TikTok. I appreciate that a lot. Nothing to be sorry about at all. All right, let me get you on here. Let me see. All right, let's go here. All right, we got Cuff on the board. Shout out to Cuff, man. I appreciate that so much, and I got 10 saved for you as well. Man. Shout out to the family. I appreciate you so much, man. Yeah, if you I'm not like pushing it or anything like that, but if you do, I think you just did that for love too, and to get on the other board, to get on the other line for tomorrow or another time. But if you do send a Galaxy, we'll get you up on the Galaxy board too as well. All right, Derek, let's get into this last little segment here. There's one other thing that I'm listening for. Jana, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Okay, so here on this breakdown right here, this is kind of the last little pocket I think we need to look at. Just the glue right there. This little pocket right here, I would love to feel this breakdown just a little bit more and actually feel the energy of that shift a little bit more. I think because the brass holds a couple elements, I think maybe a string and a brass and probably still the pad, holds straight through. You don't actually feel the bum, bum, bum. You don't really get a lot of energy from that because there's still so much energy underneath that breakdown right there. There's still so much information and noise underneath it. I would chop right there and create a really big breakdown. Dun, bum, 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 bum. Yeah, exactly. Brass hits instead, a spiccato or like pizzicato, right? Like having really, really sharp. You already have some of that in the strings, but I would amplify, right? So, dun, 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 and then have the drums match that energy, have the strings match that energy. Because I think there's such a wall of sound underneath it that you get more glue than you do get like impact and energy right there. And I would love, of course, to get some impact, get some energy. Axel, welcome in. Yeah, because all of the other energy right there is great. Like it's really, really vibrant. It's really punchy. So I want everything to be pointed in that direction. Love's in the building. What's up, Love? Welcome in, welcome in. I think so, or start with the big ones. Love, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing amazing over on TikTok. Welcome in. Of the big ones, right? So I hear the brass and a couple other elements right there that to me feel the biggest. Listen to those. Start one by one, cutting what needs to, and then see what feels beneficial. Find what still feels full and impactful. If you find that cutting all of it out feels a little rocky, then maybe keep a glue underneath it. One of the pads or one of the strings or something. But besides that, I would just start cutting the main elements that are holding there, the loudest ones that you hear first, and see what shifts the energy the most and replace them with sharper transients, like just sharper, punchier elements. Like I said, like a spiccato from the strings or whatever it may be that gives you a little bit more energy right there. Brass hits instead of, bah, instead of the just holding on that low note right there. That will give you just, I think, a little bit more clarity and distinction for those like big choppy elements right there. I think if you do that, then this is in a really, really nice spot. Y'all give it up on time for Derek Bennett, the family. Derek, I appreciate you so much, man. You're immensely, immensely talented. I've really been enjoying your cinematic work here, especially because we've been really deep in the cinematic side for like the last year. And I feel like you've been really, really working at it. West Coast, welcome in. You've been working at it. You've improved your structure so much. This isn't far off either. The things that I'm talking about here and like, progression replacement in the pad right there, chopping up and replacing some sound design for your breakdowns. Besides that, man, I feel like it's going to be really dynamic. I'm just excited to hear vocals on it. But y'all show some love to Derek Bennett. Very, very talented individual. Reach out to him if you're looking for cinematic production, rock production, cinematic production, then definitely reach out to Derek Bennett. He's very, very talented. And he's just good people too. One of the members of our family here. So definitely give it up for him. Let's get into the next track. We got a couple more consultations here. Just a quick reminder that if you would like to submit for a 20 to 30 minute multiple listen deep dive consultation, which is what we do here at Track Talk. If you're on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link. You'll see Track Talk submission. On Twitch, type !submit right there in the chat. On YouTube, go to my description and you'll see the link right there. For the live stream, it's all the same link, leads to the same place. Just read through and follow all the steps and we'll get you up on the board. Of course, Derek, absolutely anytime, man. I appreciate you so much for always trusting us with the details of your records. All right, let me throw up the line really quick. Let me get where we're at. We've got, actually, it wouldn't let me reorder it for whatever reason. I'm not sure, but Meg is actually next. I was trying to reorder it because she sent in first, but for whatever reason, the list wasn't letting me. But we have Meg in the building. Meg, hop in the chat. Just let me know that you're here. That way, there's Meg. I see you. Perfect. I just want to make sure that I'm not listening without someone here. Always want to make sure that y'all are present. Let me know, Meg. Remind me really quick if I've heard your music before. If I haven't, welcome to the family. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for sending this in. Michael, welcome into the chat as well. And if I haven't, or even if I have not. Yes, let's go. I love it. This makes me very excited. Thank you. No, you're totally good. Don't know music. You're totally good. You got a little bit of time before yours. Just a bit. Let me know. I love context. I love details. I love nuance. So give me the details of this track. Talk to me about your role that you played in it, whether vocally and other. Did you produce this yourself? Is it a BeatStars lease? Is it a YouTube track? Did you work with other musicians and producers? Did you self-engineer it? Are you going to a studio? Are you working with an engineer? All those fun little details. Give me a little bit of a kind of a foundation to understand where you're at with this record and the kind of control that you have over it. And then we can get into the details. Yeah. So this is self-produced, written, and sang by you. Let's go, Meg. Shout out to you. And then briefly talk to me about engineering. Are you self-engineering it so far? Or do you plan on going to a studio? You plan on working with an engineer? Let me know. No right or wrong answers. All right, this is Closer by Megan Iris. I'm excited to get into this. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you, your vulnerability in sending in a track like this. Let's get into it. This is, once again, Closer by Megan Iris. Reminds me of Gilmore Girls right off the bat. If you know, you know. Amateur producer, songwriting and singing is what I love doing the most. Nice. I can taste you on the tip of my tongue. Love these layers.
many tricks on my brain. Oh, I don't wanna know more. I fell in love with a goddamn whore. I should have
Good structure.
Tattoos on your arm, so sound the alarm. Why do you make it all about you with no thought of what I've been through? You really tear me apart. You know that's not who you are. Oh, you drive me insane. There are too many tricks on my brain. Oh, I don't wanna know more. I fell in love with a goddamn whore.
Let's go, Meg. This is nice. Really good writing and song structure. Definitely your strong suit. That's nice. What kind of mic are you using? Okay, cool. Nice. Oh, beautiful. I love that mic. AKG, that's great. I've used it plenty of times. Yuka, welcome in. Or Yurka, welcome in, sorry. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Meg, this is great. This is really, really great structure. I think the bones of this is fantastic. I think the writing is great. Melodic structure is fantastic. Song formatting is fantastic as well. So let's get into some details of the production elements and mix structure, because I feel like that's going to be your biggest pain point. Because I really feel like the large structure that you have here is really, really well done. It has a ton of potential. You've got a great voice. Your layers are really nice. So let's get into the details. Y'all show some love. That is Closer by Meg. She's in the TikTok chat. So if you're over there or you're on any other platform on Twitch or YouTube, hop on over there and let her know what you think. But I'm excited to get into this. I think you have a ton of potential. We just got to dial in a couple elements to really kind of polish it up a little bit. But I'm very, very excited for you. Do you plan on hiring an engineer for this, or do you think you're going to try to do it yourself? Just so I kind of know how to approach the information that I give as well. Just a quick reminder that all of these are saved to YouTube as well. So if you are, and on Twitch it's for 2 weeks, but YouTube it's indefinitely. So if you're on TikTok or YouTube and you are wanting to go back and reference information again, or you didn't take notes or record it or something like that, all of these videos are saved as a VOD to my YouTube channel. I believe this is going to be episode 11, even though we've been doing this for like 3 years. I just started a new playlist, so it's episode 11 or 12 maybe. I actually don't know, but you'll see whenever you see it. But these are all saved over there so that you can go and reference things again and find your track again and remember some of the details. So hopefully that's helpful as well. I'm planning on working with a new Hold on. Let me catch up on the chat over here. Or which side is easier? I'm planning on working with a new Mutal producer soon. I knew. Welcome in over. I see you over on TikTok. Thank you so much for hopping in. Let me see. Sorry, I'm going back through some of the chat just to make sure I don't miss anything too. Okay, let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. You don't know. Yeah, I see the chat on Twitch too. All right, let's get into it. This is Closer by Meg. Let's run it from the top. Actually, I think the artist name is Megan Iris. I see Meg on TikTok. I'm trying to get the names the same, but okay. Trick Light, welcome in. Thank you so much for joining on TikTok as well. Let's get into it. Immediately love, for one, positioning and stacks on the vocals. They sound very natural. I love it. So a lot of what you're doing here from an idea standpoint is really, really well done. And then there's some mix and production stuff we'll get into as well. But I always want to be able to finish myself is just a hard one. 100%. Thank you for the follow. Light Creative. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Totally understand. And I recommend everybody, like, no matter what you plan on doing in the music industry and in the music space, I think it is dramatically beneficial to understand the process and language behind production, engineering, writing, stuff like that. I think everyone should aim to understand. Like, even if you're not going to be the mixing engineer, understanding the language, understanding how to communicate what you want for your own vocal and what you want it to feel like and sound like in terms that make sense to an engineer is so valuable. There's nothing more frustrating sometimes, even on the engineering side, when someone's they'll say slower, but what they actually mean is not slower, they mean quieter. But they don't know how to communicate with the language. They don't really know what they're trying to get out of their song. So regardless of the direction that you go, Megan, I would encourage you to do exactly what you're doing and chip away at this yourself, learn the language of it, learn how to get as far as you possibly can with your demos, because the better your tracking is, the better your demos are, the better you get at this part of the process, the better your mix and the better your master is going to be. So even if you end up working with some other people, Trick, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate it. Even if you end up doing a lot of this yourself, or you end up working with someone in the future, getting these really, really far ahead is going to help you out so much. All right, let's get it.
I think we're getting closer. Can you feel it? My body's feeling warm, and I can taste you on the tip of my tongue.
Okay, we're gonna knock through a couple things here. So it might be easier, Niara, welcome in. Appreciate you being here, to go back and reference the video or take some notes now, because there's gonna be a chunk of information here that we'll go through as we skip through the song the second time through. One of the things that I'm listening for, your vocal is, and again, you have an amazing voice. I really like your writing. I think your melodies are awesome. So your performance, fantastic. One of the things that I'm hearing is a really, really bright vocal. It's also very sibilant heavy. So you have obviously a very bright push at 10K plus that makes it very, pierces through and it cuts through, has a lot of air to it, but it also is making the vocal feel really abrasive and harsh and really bright and almost kind of brittle sounding. I would soften that just a little bit. Soften that high end push that you have. If you have 10K and you're pushing it up, 6 dB, something like that, soften that back down to 2 or 3 dB. So you get a little bit of openness. The C414, if it's an XLS, it's a pretty bright microphone. It's got a pretty bright profile to it, a pretty bright frequency response. And so I feel like you can get a lot of brightness without needing to over push it, especially with a mic like that. So you can soften some of that high end push, and then on the low end, actually, let me throw this up really quick. So I'm gonna throw up Pro Tools here so you can see. Make sure I can see it on the screen. So just as an example, right? Here's my vocal at the top end here. If you have this up, pushed at 10K, really, really bright here. Now this vocal is going to handle this a little bit differently, or this microphone is going to handle this a little bit differently. But if you push it like crazy, it's going to create a lot of harshness that's not going to be incredibly beneficial to your vocal mix. It's going to sound kind of brittle and kind of harsh. And if you, in tandem to that, come down here and you pull down all of this low end information and mid low information between 100 and 300 hertz to take out the mud and maybe some boominess that you have in your vocal. Like maybe you're hearing it's like it sounds a little boomy and a little bit muddy. So I'm trying to take that out so my vocal sounds bright. What happens is you end up with this kind of tinny vocal, right? You lose a lot of the characteristics of your vocal that happen in that frequency range, but you also just kind of make it sound lifeless and weak, as opposed to there being a really like warm, natural response to your vocal. So I would encourage you, don't over brighten because it's going to sound I'm so scared of my vocal sounding muddy, so I always push those highs 100%. Here's what I would say. I'm going to push this back here, right? So I'm at a dB and a half at AK. I'm not pushing that much right here. It's a pretty tame high push, as you can see right here on the right side of the screen. On the low end here, this is where you can really control the energy of the vocal without cranking the high end too much, right? So if I bring this up, this is muddy and boomy and nasty. Nobody wants this, right? This sounds boxy and kind of gross. If I come down here, I'm going to exaggerate what you're doing. So this is not exactly how yours sounds, but I'm going to exaggerate it so we get the idea a little bit more dramatically. If I pull this down like crazy, now it's thin and it's tinny, and you have this really harsh contrast in the vocal, and it makes the whole mix feel a little tinny and a little brittle sounding. But if you can kind of find the sweet spot here for my vocal, that's maybe like 2 dB down. Now this is more of a voiceover vocal chain that I have right here. It's not like a perfect song vocal mix, but I can control, like, this feels really boomy. This feels really bright and thin. And I'm actually not doing completely low cut. Okay, so even better. Here's what I would do. You want low end information in your vocal. There's a very large amount. I mean, look, if you look at the screen right here, you can see in here, you can see where as much of my low information, I'm going to disable this for a sec. You can see, look at all this low end information. The fundamentals of my vocal, you can see exactly where they are. They start to fall off here at like 17K. Right in here, we lose a little bit of information. And then on the low end, all the way down here to like 120 hertz. And this is the same for a female vocal as well, right? So there's still a lot of information. Even if I'm singing really high, it shifts up a little bit, but all of this information is still present in your vocal. If you cut that all out, then you actually lose a lot of like the natural characteristics of your vocal. And that's where it starts to become like sounding so different from you in a mic, and it's sounding completely kind of warped or too thin and stuff like that. So here's what I would do. And I would do this for largely any vocal. I would high pass here. So let me enable this again. Mead, welcome back in. And again, you don't have to follow the chain that I have here because it's a little different for me because it's a voiceover kind of thing that I have here. But if you're low cutting, I would low cut max 100 hertz. Typically, I would keep it probably at like 80 to 90. So I'm just cutting. Let me get this out of here. Whoops. No, I didn't mean to do that. It's fine. I'll just do it again. Let me bring this back. I did not mean to do that. Let me bring back in my low cut. Okay. So what I would do here, you can kind of see a little bit on the bottom here where there's some like low end rumble. Like there's some information here on the bottom left here that is not really beneficial to the mix. And so I don't want, a lot of those elements there. So 80 hertz and below, 90 hertz and below is about all you really need in order to take away that low end rumble. A lot of the boominess of the vocal, that's happening here. This is a lot of that mud that you're hearing. If it's flat, or again, I already have some in an outboard EQ that I already have some stuff cut, but a lot of this mud is happening right here at about 200 hertz. That's where your vocal starts to feel kind of boomy and muddy and kind of poofy at the bottom right there. If you can bring that under control, that controls so much of your clarity. So I've just brought it down at 200 hertz, a nice soft bell curve, bring it down like 2 dB. All of that mud is gone. My vocal still has some weight to it. Again, slightly different than how I would process yours, but I would high pass max of 100 hertz. If you find yourself at like 150 hertz, 140 hertz, bring it all the way back to 90 to 100 tops. And then to control the mud, you want to have a bell curve between 100 and 300 hertz. So it's spread between those frequencies, and then you pull it down at about 200 usually. Pull it down at about 200 until you hear the mud leave, and only to that point. If you pull it down too much, it's thin. If it's too high, then it's muddy. You find that sweet spot. But that's mainly going to be happening not in your high cut. Not in your low cut, but in that 1 to 300 hertz bell curve. That's where all of that control happens. And I think that's where you can dramatically improve the amount of like presence and body that your vocal has. If you do that already, rebalance the high end, reintroduce some warmth in the low end, immediately your vocal sounds so much more like warm and present and forward and less bright and brittle. In tandem to that, right? I know, and like I said, it's a lot of information. So if you need to reference the video back, feel free. I know you know, whatever is the easiest for you. But as soon as the live is done, all this will be saved to YouTube. The next thing that I would do, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Next thing I would do, I can get back to my normal screen here for a second. Let me move this EQ. The next thing I would do is following that EQ. You have a bright microphone. Most of those mics have a nice little push at like 8,500 hertz. There's a, you know, a little bit of a punch right there, and then you're cranking it even farther to get it brighter, and then you're pulling muddiness, so it's even more brittle. So if you rebalance that, there is still a lot of sibilant energy. The sibilant energy, those are your S's, your T's, sometimes you're like C's and K's, right? So all of that S energy that is coming, cutting through the mix so sharp. It's resonating really harshly through the mix every time you say a word with an S in it. It just leaps through the mix and pierces your ears. I would follow that EQ where you're brightening things. Follow that with a de-esser. There's a ton, and all these plugins. There's tons of free ones. The free ones come with the DAW that you're using, so on and so on. I would follow it with a de-esser, and you're just going to use that de-esser. Drink said they need, or don't know said they need a de-esser. It definitely helps. It definitely helps. You don't always need one. You don't always need one. Using Logic, beautiful. Logic has some of the best stock plugins and stock instruments. Logic is fantastic. So follow it with a de-esser. Find the frequency where most of that harshness is sitting. Let's say it's 5,500 hertz. I'm making this up, right? But just, you know, let's say it's about 5,500 hertz. And then all you're going to do, and this is typically what I would do, is I would take a pocket of your vocal where you have a lot of S's. So you'll just hear and you're going to loop it. It's going to sound crazy. It's going to drive you nuts. You're just going to loop that little moment right there. Or you could just say S, you know, just do the end of the mic. That's annoying though too, but so you don't have to vocalize it the entire time. Kop, thank you so much for the captured vocals. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for the love. I appreciate your generosity so much on TikTok, man. Thank you for that. Sorry for the allergies as well, y'all. I know I'm sniffing a whole lot. What was I saying? Once you find the frequency, so just loop an S, find a phrase in the song and on your vocal track, loop an S. And then all you're going to do once you find the frequency that you feel like is affecting it the most, just lower the threshold until you feel the energy of it leave. If you lower it too much, it's going to give you a lisp. And that's going to, because you take all the energy away from your S's and T's and stuff. So if you lower the threshold too far, then it sounds unnatural and kind of funky. You just want to pull it down enough to take some of the resonance out, like take some of the harshness and the brittleness away from those S's, T's, K's, C's, stuff like that tend to kind of punch through the mix a little bit more and create a lot of harshness. If you control that sibilance, then you have a much fuller vocal. And what's great about this is just those two changes, EQ and de-esser, you now have a still bright but controlled and not harsh high end of your vocal, and a present and not muddy, but also not thin low end of your vocal. Immediately, the whole thing sounds so much better. I think that's enough. You're totally good. Don't know if you need to switch over to YouTube. If you get ads, just switch over to YouTube and you can come back when the ads are done if you want to. It's the same exact stream. Okay, now I think that's where I want to, because there's so many details. Now I want to mainly focus on production mix and kind of where we can position some things. Just so I'm not spending, you know, an hour just talking about vocals, but those two things alone are going to dramatically change kind of the structure of your vocal, and it should sound so much better already just doing that. All right, let me skip forward a little bit. I love these really like dry, dead drums as well. So there's so much I love about your sound design, chorus guitar, dead, you know, kind of like 60s drums. Love it. There's a lot that I really like about your production too. I would push the drums forward by probably 3 or 4 dB. Let them drive the song just a little bit more forward. Let it drive with a little bit more energy. Do you know the song We're All Eating Each Other? Let me know if you know that song, because I think that'd be a good reference for you to follow from a mixing standpoint, for you to kind of see and kind of hear what's going on in the structure of that mix, because it has that same kind of like overdriven P, like, you know, sharp P bass, like Squire bass sound, a Fender bass sound. No, it's not bad at all, but I'm going to show you right now. Shout out to not being able to monetize on YouTube. It's fine. I don't care. It's not monetized yet. Anyways, let's get this. I got to show you. You need to listen to the song. Let's see. Juliet Ivy. You need to listen to Juliet Ivy. If you like the style of, I'm assuming you do. If you like the style, it's such a stupid comment. If you like the style of music you currently make, I'm assuming you do. You should go check out Juliet Ivy. You're gonna love it. This is I'm gonna play you some of the song. And what I want you to listen for is you have this bright, airy, saturated, highly compressed vocal, great layering. You have a really full bass, and you have really punchy but dead drums. Like dead just means they're very muted. They're not like God. They're like bah. You know what I mean? They're very, very tight drums. I love dead drums. I do that on my live set all the time. I'm going to play you a little bit of the song just so you can kind of hear it, and of course guitar structure. But what you're going to hear is everything feels very full and dynamic and punchy, less like way back and spacious. And it allows it to feel so like sharp and energetic while it's still like kind of a soft, moody song. So I'm going to play you a little bit of it. I love this song. I love this song so much. It's a great song. And I think stylistically, it'd be a good one for you to listen to and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to keep moving these drums until they feel like a little closer to that. Let me play a little bit.
What's the point of living without dying for an ego? So
Similar vocal structure.
our fantasies to feel like we are special inside.
You have that punchy kind of picked bass in the background, similar to some of the structure that you have. You have a bright, airy voice, not harsh at all, not muddy at all, but still kind of spacious and airy at the top. And then you have the guitar. I mean, a lot of the same sound design.
You know we love to lie. We like grabbing onto anything to feel like
It's punchy, but still like soft to listen to, still very warm to listen to. We'll get into the hook.
You know it's good time. But we're all gonna die, decomposing to the petals into the lines. The bees will use our flowers for whatever they like. Make the honey that our grandkids will put inside.
Okay, so that's as much as I'll play. And again, you're not copying the style or copying this exact mix, but I want you to listen for like the positioning of those elements. Again, you hear a bright, it's called We're All Eating Each Other. Interesting name, but We're All Eating Each Other. And then the artist is Juliet Ivy. Juliet Ivy is the name of the artist. So what we're listening for though is structure, right? It's like, okay, when I want like kind of a tight, dead drum, a muted drum that's kind of saturated and forward, I still want it to drive. You do have like eighth note pick bass and stuff like that in the background. So it should be forward. It should drive the record, as well as a bright, airy vocal, a mix of kind of like chest and mixed voice, as well as some falsetto. You have a good balance of all of these elements. So how do we have all of that in there without that bass and drum being muddy, without the vocal being brittle, right? So it's just rebalancing these elements, and it can be helpful, especially when you're first starting out in your song structure. When you're first starting out, like you mentioned, you're an amateur producer. When you're first starting out as a producer, to have just a few references close to the stylistic decisions that you're wanting to make, and see how you can mirror some of those elements. Learn the tools foundationally, like, try to understand. It's not just about copying the sound and moving things around. I would encourage you to dig deep into understanding the language behind EQ and compression and de-essing, and understanding the structure of a vocal chain, how to mix the drums that you have, tracking a bass and kind of where to position them and what to do with them. And then on the other side, referencing and being like, okay, I understand a little bit more about EQ. Now, how do I utilize that as a tool to get a more polished, more palatable sound similar to other artists that kind of sit in the vein that you're looking to emulate in some sense, right? Or some of the era that you're looking to emulate, so on and so on. All right, let me move a little bit, I was going to say closer because the song name is closer. Let me move a little bit deeper into your song. We'll tackle another couple elements in here, but like we already talked about for like 10 minutes, the restructuring of your EQ, de-essing, and kind of formatting of your vocals is going to be huge. That's going to be a massive part of reshaping and rebalancing your sound, since right now your vocals biased far this way. Restructuring, that's going to be huge. And then the production is going to be huge as well. So we'll dig a little bit more into the production, and then we'll dive into that. Crusade, how do you define professional music consultation? So I am a professional musician. That's what I do for a living. I work full-time as an audio engineer, producer, and session musician. I have for 13 plus years. I'm also a classically trained musician. So that's the professional part of what we do here. The consultation side is artists, musicians, vocalists, songwriters, engineers, etc. They send in their music over the course of the live, and we spend about 30, I would say anywhere from 25 to 35 minutes listening to their track multiple times, 2 or 3 times, to break down the structure of the mix and master, production elements, sound design and lyric structure, song formatting. It's different for every artist because they're all in a different position, doing different genres, different levels of quality and experience as well. So it kind of depends on who is there and what their goal is. Some people are working with Grammy-winning engineers, but they're trying to work on songwriting, and some people have never produced in their life, and they're trying to figure out how they need to mix in a drum loop into a production. So it's very different for everyone, but the goal is just to offer a professional second set of ears, give some feedback on the mix and master, production structure, sound design, lyrics, and things like that, to hopefully offer an actionable and professional set of feedback that they can take to improve their song. Yeah, that's the kind of the full spiel right there. But yeah, that's the structure of what we do. Deb, welcome in. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for hopping in over on TikTok. Dominic, I'm a media composer. Let's go. Where do you work as a media composer? That's really cool. I appreciate you hopping in. Okay, production structure. Megan, let's get into it. I gotta focus. My brain's not going to work too well if I don't focus. All right, let me skip a little bit farther forward. But I do think that the referencing is of like styles you're emulating is going to be helpful for you as well. So like, especially here, this is where I would want to hear a little bit more weight and a little bit more present, not only in the vocal structure that we were talking about for the last 20 minutes, but also in your, welcome back, don't know, appreciate you, but also in the production. So those drums, 3 or 4 dB forward. Another thing that's really helpful for drums, especially in this genre, Crusade, thank you so much for the follow. No, it sounds like really good. I wish more people could actually put in the work. Thank you so much, Crusade. I appreciate you a lot. That means a lot. The other thing that's really helpful with kind of dead, dry drums like this is just a tasteful amount of saturation. And again, I don't want to overwhelm you with details, but I think it can be helpful. A tasteful amount of saturation on your percussion as well. Let me give you the quickest example, so I'm not wasting a ton of time. So I have, let's see, which track do I have here? Give me 1 sec. I'm going to switch back over to Pro Tools. Oh yeah, so we have a song kind of in a different vein, but this is a production that I'm working on currently, right? Kind of lives in a similar vein to what we're talking about here. I'll play you just, 10 seconds of this. You can hear kind of what I'm talking about. And these are like more live tracked drums. So there's a little bit more like texture to them than kind of the sampled tighter drums as well. But what I want to show you, part of how we're getting a little bit of weight, we're giving a little bit of weight to this drum structure here is one, compression. The compression is giving us just a bit more punch, a bit more control, and allowing us to kind of beef up, especially kind of the low end of this. But this right here in the middle, this is Decimort 2. It's a plugin. You can do this with, a bunch of, there's plenty of free saturators out there. Saturation Knob by Softtube is a great free saturator that you can download. And that's a great one. I use it all the time. It's very, very simple to use. And you can be really tasteful with it and do some cool stuff with it. But in this case, specifically, I'm using a plugin called Decimort 2. It's one of my favorite like preamps and resamplers, bit crushers that I use for percussion specifically. And this is offering a little bit of kind of crunch and punch and body to the drums here as well. So without this, I'm gonna bring it out. It's just a little bit drier and has a little, it's very, very subtle. It's very, very subtle, but has a little bit more presence, a little bit more weight, a little bit more crunch, especially on the top end. Those harmonics are kind of getting shaved off. It makes it sound a little bit more saturated and a little bit more full. And so in the structure of a production, it allows things to feel a little warmer, a little bit more dynamic, as opposed to being like really far back. So these two things, and again, in the structure of the production, you get this really nice warmth over the whole track because you have real guitars, you have real analog synths, you got live drums, and you have this really like warm feeling to the production. Nothing's harsh and brittle, nothing's like just boomy and muddy. It all feels like really even and really easy to listen to. One of the tests, I'm going to switch back over here. One of the tests that I talk about with like new producers and new artists all the time is how loud can you make your song before it hurts to listen, right? And I don't mean mastering. I mean like when you're listening in the car, how much could you turn up your song if you're like, dude, if she says another word with an S in it, I'm gonna lose my mind, or whatever. Or someone on a hip hop beat and they got a crazy 808, and as soon as you turn it up like a little bit, it fills out the car and you can't hear anything else in the entire mix. It's not just about mastering, but it's like how loud can you make your music before some issue in the structure of the mix takes over, right? The more you can make things like even and balanced and warm and easy to listen to, and this goes from, you know, like synth pop, kind of dream pop stuff that you're doing, all the way through rock and roll and trap and EDM and, you know, across the board. The more balanced you can get things, the more like warm and inviting you can make them to listen to, the more people are able to push it to its limit when they're consuming it, and the more they're going to enjoy it. And so you want to create a really good balance here. Let me get back to your song. So drums, I'd push forward. I know I'm a little chaotic, I'm sorry. Drums, I would push forward by about 3 or 4 dB. And then you can tastefully add just a hair of saturation to introduce some harmonics, warm it up just a little bit, and give it a little bit more fullness there. Your guitar tone, I think, is fantastic. I hear it early in the song. Okay, good. I know the way my brain is, and I know it's a bit chaotic, and I can rant a bit. So I just tell people, like, try to keep up because my brain's going to go down some rabbit holes. Every time I see someone come in, I'm like, oh, hello, and then I'm all over. So well, I'm going to try my best to focus. God damn it. All right. So drums we talked about, vocal structure we talked about. Guitar tone, I heard it early in the song on the left side. That guitar tone is beautiful, fantastic. I would kind of keep that where it is for now. Let me go a little bit further into it, and then we'll move on. He's got such a cool voice, like fantastic vocalist, great writer. Stacks are beautiful, positioning on those are beautiful. You have a double coming up here in a second, which you get some phase issues on. Let's talk about that. That's probably maybe the last thing I'll address here, and then I'll move on to Don't Know.
So sound the alarm. Why do you make it all about you with no thought of what
So you could,
I've been through,
oops.
you really tear me apart.
So right in there we start to hear it. So imagine. You can hear that that's way too loud. Now, just to show the contrast, that's way too, I'm just playing the drums I had in the track, but like you can hear the contrast of like just how much more like energy there is in the structure of the song. Now you don't want it to be too hyped, that's too loud, but it gives you some contrast to kind of acknowledge there too. Okay, let's hear there's a vocal come up here in a second, where we're getting some phase issues, so I just want to mitigate that, and then we can move on.
No thought of what I've been through, you really tear me apart.
There's a double.
You know that's not who you are.
Okay, so right here on your double, you have a double of that vocal that comes in. Did you double track that, or is it a duplicate of your vocal? I think you double tracked it, and then you have like some automation on the reverb on that second vocal. Let me know. I'm gonna back it up a little bit. I want to hear it one more time. I think it happens another part in the song later on.
About you, with no thought of what
So
I've
vibey.
been through, you really tear me apart.
There comes in, it's a duplicate. Okay, so what's happening, because it is just a direct duplicate of that vocal, is you're getting some phase issues, some phase collapse. Did you happen to, I don't have the session obviously, but did you happen to track twice, duplicate twice, and try to pan it wide? Let me know. Because your other vocal layers are panned wide. Was that one panned wide too? Or did you just have a single of that one there?
With no thought of what I've been through, you really tear me apart. You know that's not who you are.
I really like the guitar.
tricks on my brain.
Affected to and then panned wide. Okay, got you. So that's exactly what I'm hearing. So what you're getting here is phase collapse, right? What you're getting here is cancellation. So you have a duplicate of the vocal already from the center. You have a duplicate of the vocal left, and then a duplicate of the vocal panned right. But they're the exact same signal on either side. They're the exact same thing. So essentially, because they're not phase cohesive, they end up collapsing back to the middle. So you have one over here and one over here. And as soon as those signals come into play, since they're opposites of each other, they end up collapsing back to mono. And that's why you hear that vocal, and it just kind of sounds like it's coming at you right from the middle. It almost sounds, it's like too loud. It's a little hollow sounding, and you get some like chorus rub in there too, and you get some kind of weird phasing and stuff like that. And then it feels like it's just boom, we're right back to the middle again. What you want to do now, I prefer what the preferred method would be to double track those vocals. For one, it gives you some nuance in tone and timing and pitch and stuff like that is going to help mitigate phase issues and cancellation, right? So you track one on the left, you pan it left, you track one on the right, and you pan it right. You can even do like small things like stepping a little farther away from the microphone, singing slightly different, EQing and compressing those vocals slightly different, because you need changes in timing and color in order to make sure, and like character, in order to make sure you can actually distinguish the width. But if you have a duplicate of a signal left and right, it just collapses back. So that's why you hear it in mono, and it just feels like one and the same, feels like the exact same thing. If you want, just to give you like the cheat, just to give you just kind of a cheat for it, it's not the perfect fix. Again, I would prefer to double track. It's just gonna sound better. It's gonna sound more interesting. It's gonna sound more full. But if you want just a quick little tip on how, messages. After dark, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on track talk submission. Just make sure you read through and follow all the steps, and we'll get you up on the board. It was a time thing, and I was like, something needs to. 100%. Okay, so here's what I would do. If you have to keep it as is, if you have to keep like the duplicate there, what I want you to do is take one side, and you're literally going to move it like a millisecond, or not even. You're going to take, so you have a left panned all the way to the left and a right panned all the way to the right. Take the right one and move it a millisecond forward and on the playlist. So zoom in like crazy, zoom into Logic, take it and move it forward. What that is going to do, it is going to give you a discrepancy in timing for the vocal. Almost immediately, you'll hear it all widen up. Just by changing the timing. Just zoom in on only one side, change the timing by barely nothing, just one of them. Just because if you move them both, then you'll be in the same position. But you're taking these tracks that are here, that are duplicates, that are they're duplicates, and they're coming at you like right in the middle, and you're gonna shift one of them. You're gonna shift one of them like that so that your brain can distinguish, in the signal, the processing can distinguish a change in timing. And then I would also go back in, Dopey, welcome in. I would also go back in, Matt, you welcome in. It's good to see you. Sorry, I'm all over the place. Thank you for hopping in. I wanna make sure I say hi. Go back in and change the character on that same side as well. So pan one on one side, and then make some very small changes, however you see fit creatively. Make some small changes to like the EQ, very subtle changes to the EQ on the right side that you shifted, as well as maybe small changes in compression, right? Then you're getting those color and character changes and timing changes to get a wide stereo image, right? A really, really wide vocal stack. That will fix it. Because right now it kicks in right in front of your vocal. And that's where you're like, there's some phasing. It kind of sounds really loud because both of those signals are coming at you right down the middle again. So it feels really loud. Change that timing. Exactly. Now you don't have to re-record. Thank you so much for the follow as well. I'm doing pretty good, Dopey. I'm doing pretty good. Just make sure I got that caught up too. Thank you so much for the I'm readies. I appreciate the gifts. Thank you for the love. Yeah, that way you don't have to re-record. Again, if you have the ability, it's helpful. It sounds better when you do. But if you don't have to re-record, this gives you, again, you just got to change timing, color, and character. If you do that, boom, you'll immediately feel it open up like crazy. In fact, if you look at like a lot of doubler vocals, like let me give you a quick example, and then I promise we'll move on. And I'll go ahead. We'll close it up with this. Hey, thank you so much, Dopey. You as well. I appreciate it. So if I go in here, just to give you like a quick example of kind of what I'm talking about. If I had like a doubler effect to my vocal here, hold on. Do I have any on here? Yeah, we got Valhalla. I don't think I'm using any of them. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Just to kind of show you what I'm talking about and the benefit of it. We're gonna do a a duo. So even if you add like a duplicate, you add like a duplicator, a doubler to your vocal or something like that. And I'm gonna show you on my voice here. And we go here, and we go. Let's see. I think it's just aux. Which one is it? Aux 1. Is that mono? Hold on. Me yes. Consultations start at 10. There we go. Okay, so here's what I'm talking about. If I go here, we're talking about like adding a doubler. What you'll see if you're looking at kind of the structure of this right here, right? And you're looking at, here's a doubler that's there in order to create, a bigger effect on your vocal, give you some width and stuff like that. The literal effects that are on here are changes in vocal timbre, pitch variation, timing variation, and then you can pan to the outside with the original and the double. So you can see directly that in order to create the double effect on the vocal, you need changes in pitch and timing and timbre, vibrato, panning. That is exactly right here on this plugin what is creating this effect here, where you have this huge, wide, double. This is like a radio because it's like a little bit latent. But you get this really wide open structure for your vocal production, right? And that's exactly what you're looking for without this weird delay. That's exactly what you're looking for with your vocal when you create those doubles. But you have to have those changes in timing, color, and character in order to make that happen. Hopefully, I know that was a lot. I know we just did a whole bunch. I genuinely hope that was helpful. Does it work the same as a bit of sample delay? Because I believe there's a little on the main vocal. It's a little bit different. You're still dealing with the same exact sample. The same exact sample, or same exact signal right there, right? So you still have two different signals. Let me move back. I was like, wait, why can't I see? You still have two exact duplicates of the same sample. So no matter what, to be able to distinguish that, one needs to move somehow, right? Like now you can, like on that one, if there is I'm not as familiar with Logic, but if there's a way to just nudge on there, I know you can do a nudge on Pro Tools where you can just list a nudge and have it have a delayed start to that signal. You could do that. I don't know how consistent that would be as far as your processing having to handle it. If you just move the waveform, then there's no processing that has to continually check the start of the sample and the start. You can unlink them. Got you. Okay. So yeah, you could mess around with some of those settings, but at the end of the day, they have to start at different times. So you might be able to work with that. You then are still relying on your DAW on your computer to like check for the start of each sample, change the left and the right to be different. 100%. Try it out. See if that works for those two tracks. See if it works for those two tracks. But just make sure that there is a change in color. So make sure you still make some small changes to that. And then that it actually manifests in a change of timing for it. Because the way that's processed is kind of different DAW to DAW. Let me pull this up real quick and get out. 1 sec. Let me clear this. Why is it not clearing? Hold up. There we go. But y'all, please show some love. Show some love to Megan. Megan, I appreciate you sending in the song so much. You're very talented. I always spend a lot of time on that. I know that's a lot of information, but so much potential. So much potential. Like, again, I think, like you said, some of your favorite stuff to work on is your songwriting, singing, lyric structure and stuff like that. All fantastic. I really feel like you have an amazing voice, great potential. So I want to we'll keep chipping away at your mix process. Again, even if you end up working with an engineer, even if you end up working with someone else, I think it's so beneficial to understand more about it, because the better your source is, the better your tracking is, the better your demo is, the better your mix is going to be, and the better your mix is, the better your master is going to come out as well. It all is linked, but it all starts at the source. Starts at how you play, how you sing, how you track, how you build your production, and move through there. The better you get the early stuff, the far more improved your end result is going to be through the master. So y'all show some love. Megan, let us know too. Sketch, welcome in. Let us know too if you have any music on platforms as well. If you do, let people know where they can find you. Put your name in the chat so people can go support you. If you don't have anything out yet, perfectly fine. You got some stuff you're working on too. But y'all, please show some love to Megan Iris. That's the name of the artist. Closer is the name of the song. I'm so glad, Megan. Thank you so much for sending that in. I appreciate that so much. Let's keep it moving. We got I think a couple more songs we got to get into. Let's see. We've got Don't Know Music right here in the chat. A quick reminder that if you do, the song was on SoundCloud. Beautiful, fantastic. Y'all go show some love on SoundCloud. I'm excited for you to keep pursuing this and keep chipping away at it. I feel like you genuinely do have a lot of potential. I appreciate you coming in. Really quick, if you would like to submit for a consultation, like I said earlier, these are 20 to 30 minute, this one's probably longer, 20 to 30 minute long form, multiple listen consultations. We'll typically listen, 2-3 times through the song to really get into the details of it, chop through some different elements. We're going to dive into the mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song structure, and formatting to hopefully offer some professional, specific, and actionable pieces of feedback. So you'll never hear me listen for 5 minutes and then say, just get a better mix, bro, or have better energy on the mic, and that's it. Or it's like, yeah, it's super bright, and then we leave it there. I want to talk about the fixes. I want to talk about the solutions. I want to talk behind, some of the philosophy behind it so that we can really get into the details of your music and hopefully improve on the structure. Hopefully, dive a little bit deeper into what you're doing creatively and offer some tools to help you actually improve on what you're doing creatively. That's really my sole goal with this. Okay, let's get into this next record. Don't know. Hop in the chat and just let me know that you're here. Let me know that you're present. But if you would like to submit, if you want to submit for a consultation on TikTok, just go to my profile, click on the link, and then hit Track Talk Submission. If you're on Twitch, hit !submit. And if you are on YouTube, just go to the description and click on the link right there, and you'll see everything that you need right there under the chat. Let's see. Let me know if you're here. Don't know. I have your SoundCloud pulled up right here. I want notes on structure and mix. So let me know if you're in the building. There's Don't Know. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, let's get into it. This is, and then Don't Know, give me all of the details. They're over on Twitch if you're curious, if you're on YouTube or on TikTok. They're over on Twitch. And you can find all of these accounts by going to my link tree as well. You can click the icons at the top. You can see the YouTube there close to the top as well. This is Don't Know. This is on SoundCloud. They said, just want thoughts on structure and mix. Don't know. Give me all of the details. Everything. Talk to me about the production and your role in this production. Talk to me about the mix, who's handling that, so on and so on. If it's your voice, let me know. Give me all the details. And you can say a lot more on Twitch too, which is nice. You don't have as much of a character limit. So let's get into it. All solo, not your voice. Okay, cool. Where'd you get the voice? If there is any. Okay, cool. Nice. Peter, welcome in. Yeah, for sure. I got some options for you. I'll list at the end here. Hey, let's go. Let's go. I love it, dude. I love it. Structure is really cool. Great dynamics. It's punchy. Let's try to make sure I get this right name for you. Let's go. Y'all give it up one time for Don't Know. This is just a private track on SoundCloud, so I'm assuming this is not released yet. Let's get into it. I'm excited to dive into the details of this, man. Again, I mean, same as Megan. So much potential, man. Really, really, really talented. Really, really talented. This is a great production, and it's a really like punchy balance as well. Before I kick into just going back through and listening to the song, which honestly to me sounds really good. We can talk about like some very minor details, but I think you're really talented, man. This sounds nice. Very, vibrant. Very, very punchy. Okay, quick thing that I think would be helpful. There's a couple sites. That you can go to buy vocal packs, right? Just like you would get on Splice. But so much more depth. I mean, you'll get all of like the track outs, like all of the harmonies, verses, and hooks, like full song packages for EDM artists, electronic artists, house, lo-fi, stuff like that. So I'm going to give you four. There's 4 sites that I recommend that I have recommended to a lot of other producers that do a really, really good job. So you can just buy a whole, just a whole pack from an artist and get like a ton of their stuff. And it's so good, like really high quality stuff. Okay. One is Vocler. Vocler. It's a Vokler. Actually, let me do this. I'm going to type it right there in the Twitch chat. Give me a sec. Okay, and then I'll read them out too. Let me see. I'll just separate it by, and these would be like .com or whatever, but if you search these, you'll see it on Google or whatever. Voclio and Voclify. All these random names. Boom. Those right there. There you go. Okay, it should pop up. It should pop up on your screen. Okay, Vocler, the Vocal Market, Voclio, and Voclify. There's a producer that I work with often that yesterday's stream, he came in, he brought in some EDM vocals from some house vocals from Voclify. They have a huge marketplace. So those 4 sites right there will give you tons. I don't know how expensive all of them are. Some of them are really cheap. Some of them are bigger packs for more expensive. But for one, Splice is a hard place sometimes for vocals. For one, just finding the vocals is hard. And 2, those vocals that you do finally find have been used by 2,000 other producers now, right? You know what I mean? Like it's a lot harder than to like create something that you feel like is super unique and super structured, as well as just you had a hard enough time just finding the one that you want that felt the way you wanted to, and then built a production around it. So these are going to be a little bit less likely to have like huge production mass where everyone's using them right now. They're going to be license free. So they're selling these packs to multiple people. It's just going to be much less. It's going to be much less. You can be more creative, more unique, and just have a much broader base of vocals. Check out those 4 sites right there alone. Will give you a lot of tools to just expand your exposure as a producer and getting vocals and stuff like that. Until the day, of course, that you're able to work with a network of vocalists that you have. Like there's a couple producers that come in here all the time where they have like 3 or 4 vocalists. Like they do some cinematic stuff. They have like 3 or 4 vocalists that they use all the time that are just constantly coming in, constantly working with them to create structure. So eventually you can have that, right? Eventually you'll find like a good like male and female vocal that you can kind of always go back to. But until then, get some packs so you can just create a bunch of songs from that. All right, let's get back into hopefully that's helpful. That should hopefully give you some tools. But let's get into the track and let's run it from the top. I'm excited to break this down. It sounds really good, man. Let It Go. This is Let It Go by Don't Know. Let's get into it.
Let it go. We lose control. Let it go.
Okay, really, really quick. Now you have this beautiful buildup of energy here. The structure is great. I mean, your risers are great. Automation on pitch, automation on filtering. All of this sounds great. Really, really nice. You start to lose the vocal a little bit in the process. So I would probably maintain a slightly more forward vocal. There's a lot of other things that you can do, but I would maintain a slightly more forward vocal in the mix. Maybe even just like a dB and a half, 2 dB, because there's plenty of room here. It's not like super quiet or super loud or anything like that. So there is a little bit of room for you to push it forward, especially getting into this pocket here. And then you also are automating that with filtering it out, right? So you have a big buildup of energy, but you start to lose the structure because then you're automating your like high pass down. So there's like two things happening at the same time that cause you to lose the vocal once you start building up a little bit here. So just be aware of that and see if there's any way you can maintain a little bit more clarity. One of the best ways that I've found to do this, just strategically, if you do it really tastefully, is if you have like a bus or an aux that has all of your like lead out, like maybe you have like a synth bus or a lead element bus. Joseph Roberts, welcome in. Thanks for being here. Like a lead element bus there that has like all of your lead synths and your risers or whatever it may be, right? You bus everything, beautiful. You might want to take some of your higher end elements that are in there, your brighter synths, your stacks of saws and stuff like that. Nothing is never bust. I love it. Fantastic. And do a little bit of like mid-side processing. So just as an example, you might already have some of this, but just as an example, I'll show you here. Let me just drop a fab filter on here. And even like with stock stuff, you should have what you need in order to process this. Let me switch. Yeah, we got the dot. So what I'm talking about is on that bus. Let's say you have Pro Q4, gorgeous. You got it. So what I would do is I would where the fundamental frequency of the vocal lies, right? Kind of right here. I would say between like 600 and 1200 hertz, kind of in that pocket, 600 and 1200 hertz. That's where you're going to get a lot of like the fundamental body of the vocal, fundamental frequencies of the vocal. I would take that pocket right here. Let's say at about 800 hertz. I would start around there. This is going to be different, vocal to vocal, structure to structure. But I would take about 800 hertz right here, and I'm going to affect only, all right, let me get out of here. Hold on. Why is this not working for me? Give me a sec. Why is this not working? Hold on. Let me see what's going on here. New here. I'm an AI music artist. Is it Suno? No, it is not. No, it is not. Don't duck the side. Don't duck the side. In fact, I might even have you push the side. Oh, it's because I'm on a mono. I was like, wait, what is going on here? It's because it's a mono bus. I was like, wait, one second here. Okay. I was like, what is going on? Why is this? I was like, it's not giving me any side information. Yeah. I was like, this is not giving me any side information, but it was on a random mono bus that I had. Okay. I was like, what is going on? This is confusing me so much. Okay, here's what I'm gonna have you do. So this is actually not gonna be a duck. What you're gonna do here is you're gonna go to, yeah, and I was like, dude, it happens all the time. You like fixing something for an hour and realize that it's bypassed. Gotta love it, dude. Happens every time. Okay, here's what we're doing. Here's what we're actually duking. Good Lord. On this stereo bus, God help me. What you're gonna do is take the fundamental frequency of the vocal, 6 to 1200 hertz. It's going to be different vocal to vocal, like we said. And all you're going to do is instead of carving out and ducking completely, doing a dynamic EQ in FabFilter or a multi-band EQ or something like that, where over the full spectrum of that frequency chosen, you are like pulling out those frequencies through the full stereo image, right? If I just EQ this in stereo, I'm going to pull that frequency out of the sides, of the mids, of everything, right? I'm going to pull the whole thing out. What I want to do is I just want your vocals sitting in mono. Its processing is in stereo, right? So you have reverbs and delays and choruses and stacks that are in stereo. Fantastic. But the fundamental of the vocal is 600 to 1200 hertz-ish and in mono in the center. So what you're going to do is where there's other elements that are kind of stepping on the toes of the vocal, in this case, let's say some higher synths, some kind of, synths kind of right there in the middle, your stack of saws, these big waves that you have, you're going to pull energy just from the middle channel. So I'm going to take, 700 to 800 hertz right here. I'm going to pull it down like let's say 3 dB, nothing too crazy. It's like unnoticeable. And it's only going to do that in mono. It's not actually going to touch your stereo image. It's not actually going to touch the brightness and the mid forwardness that you might want in that frequency range on the outside of the image. It's only going to pull it out of mono in the middle. What's great about this is you're carving a little pocket. This right here is literally just a pocket for your vocal to sit in the mid channel, in the middle of the mix. So we're just pulling a little bit of energy out here, 3 to 4 dB, just to let the vocal sit there with some clarity. And then if you want to make up for this a little bit, what you can do is then you come over here. So no ducking, no dynamics here. You're only cutting out on that aux or that bus right where the vocal sits, and it's not affecting your image at all. So those synths are still bright and mid forward on the outside. They're not doing anything. And then what you're going to do is, if you want to, this is just if you want to make it up a little bit, made in 9 hours. Let's go, dude. I love it. It's fire. Honestly, it genuinely sounds really, really good. All we need to do is just make sure that you maintain vocal clarity. 9 hours is honestly fantastic. On the outside here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to stereo placement. I'm going to go to side. So this is now only affecting side, and I can lift this cue a little bit to make it a little bit more broad. So now we're pulling away some energy where the vocal sits, so it's clean and it's clear, and it always punches through the middle of the mix. And then I'm increasing width. So I'm going to increase high end on the outside for that same bus. So now that bus has room for the vocals and is super wide sounding, like really, really like wide and open and bright sounding on the outside. And you can do this really subtly. I do this all the time for like double track guitar auxes, synth buses, stuff like that. And it makes it feel incredibly wide and dynamic. And there's all of this room right here in the middle of the mix for your vocal, your kick, your snare, all of that to like slice through and punch through the middle of the mix. It makes it so much easier to like balance elements in your mix. So this is one way that is really helpful in like heavy, like this is great in rock and roll. It's great in EDM, house, dubstep, stuff like that. Anything where you've got a wall of sound working against you, stacks of synths, 4-track guitars, stuff like that, live drums, whatever it may be. This is a great way for you to take a little bit of space away from those elements, only where the vocal sits, not ducking anything, not compressing anything, not working your stereo image, and then actually increase energy on the outside. It's super, super helpful. Sounds amazing. I think I actually probably have, let me see. Yeah, super easy. I mean, that's literally 2 little sweeps. Easy work. Easy work, easy work. I actually don't think I have one on anything here just yet because I haven't finished building out this production. I was going to see if I had anything on there. But that should help a lot. That should give you some tools there. Okay, let's get back to the track here. And then just quick reminders. Well, let me double check something. Oh yeah, TikTok is completely dead. I just realized. TikTok's not even working these days. I don't even know what's happening on that app. I don't even know what's happening. Let me see something real quick. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na. Yeah, that's wild. All right, cool. All right, let me get back into the middle part of this track here. What's it built out? The balance of all of this right here is really nice. The balance of all of this, I mean, this feels really vibrant, really, really punchy. I like the stabs with the vocal coming in. Those huge brass brams that you got in there feel incredibly dynamic, really, really punchy. You're crushing it, man. This is really good. What's up, Derek? Welcome in, man. Welcome to YouTube. Love the dynamics here as well. Something real quick. I want to hear this build up. Okay, here's my last real suggestion to you. Last real suggestion, man, because the balance is actually really good. I would just suggest having a small difference on your build up on your second one here. Like you said, you made it in 9 hours, so everything's really consistent and some of it's kind of copied over to the second half. I would suggest that you add some small changes to the second one. That's really like the last thing I'll say. If you can balance the mix for the vocals getting in there, you can focus on those dynamics and stuff like that. To me, it's just about creating a little bit more interest and a little bit more intrigue on the second one. Like maybe having a different drop, maybe a delayed hit. So it's dun 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 dun, you know, like have a delayed hit going into your second breakdown here. Like having like, instead of going straight into the one, boom, psh, having a delay right there so it doesn't hit until the snare hits, and you have a tom roll that goes into that or a snare roll that goes into that. Having just like some extra movements right there, maybe a different buildup, keep the same, like maybe riser or the same two layers there, but then add just a couple other like nuanced elements in there to change the way that it breaks down a little bit so it doesn't feel copied over. Even if it is, for the most part, changing your processing in an interesting way, adding some like filter gates going into it so it kind of chops up as soon as the drums are about to come in. Some interesting like movements right there I think would be helpful just so it doesn't feel copied. But it's still a great breakdown, but I think having just one or two small changes will give you just a bit more energy, a bit more impact going into your second drop here. I mean, kind of even like that, like what you did right there is similar to how it would maybe approach your second breakdown, like build it up like crazy. Exactly. Yeah, you're speaking my language 100%. The way you built up right there, filtered down, build back into it, and then you go crazy right after that. That's kind of what I'm talking about. It's like have a way to kind of delay the hit a little bit, refilter, kind of like a false start going into the next little segment right there, and then pick up where you left off and then go crazy with the beat right after that. Those little moments right there, to me, yeah, a little bit of a fake out, 100%. It just it keeps me on the edge of the seat a little bit as opposed to just being kind of like stagnant in the exact same expected structure. You switch it up a little bit and it feels really, really dramatic. And then here at the end, once you start to filter out here, I would make it a little bit more dramatic. What it kind of sounds like, it's like half of a hook. So it's like, it's still pretty like driving, but it just feels like it's just like missing kind of the extra layer right there. I personally would go a little bit more dramatic at the end and filter down way more, and then maybe have some more dramatic opening back up, but make it feel like it's really lives in its own moment. Cause right now it's just like the hook again, half filtered, but then it's loud again, half filtered a little bit. It's not nearly as dramatic of a transition to make it really matter that you did it there, because half the elements, the brass and the drums, are still full on. So I would even like filter a little bit more, make it a little bit more dramatic of a change on this last little pocket right here. However artistically you want to do that, make it a little bit more dramatic so it matters that you switched energy there just a little bit. Let me hear it again. The outro 100%, 100. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. One thing, I'm going to throw out some random ideas. You can feel free to ignore half of them. One thing you can do is like take out that dun, 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 take that out and do it every other time. So you're going to basically break it down to just dun, dun, it's big, and then boom, cut, 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 and do it like every other time for the last two, and then you end with that line again, you know, something like that, right? Like as soon as you end that big hook, in order to kind of introduce your outro, let's see kind of the A section. Similar, but I would still keep drums. Yeah, like, but still have here. Like still have the, because you still want the outro, you still want to drive, you still want to have the beat in there, you still want it to be hitting really hard. So I would still keep like the 4 on the floor with the open hat and stuff, and keep it really dynamic and keep it really full. And then coming out of that, add in that so the melody's not there the whole time, right? The vocal structure's not there the whole time. You want some changes there. So maybe break it down to just like the drums and the bass for a second right there. Keep it really full, and then add in that melody tastefully again, but it's not every time on the outro, just so it feels a little more interesting. Because that's basically just the hook missing like one synth. Pretty much. I got filters for a second, but it's pretty much the same thing. So I would have some more interesting changes there just to keep it dynamic all the way to the end, right? And you can always lengthen this out a little bit more to do a set. You add another, 8 measures of just like the kick and snare for you to be able to do transitions on the, on the deck, stuff like that. Like there's ways that you can kind of add this into some stuff. If you wanted to make it a show, you can always lengthen out the outro here to make it easier to transition and match tempo and stuff like that. 100%. Main balance of the mix though is really, really nice. Main balance of the mix, punchiness of the mix, weight of the mix sounds really nice, man. Y'all show some love. Give it up one time for Don't Know Music. I appreciate you sending this so much, man. Thank you for being a part of the family. Thank you for sending in this track, man. I'm excited to hear more from you. You're very talented, man. Like your production has weight. It feels, and I mean this in a good way, feels very commercial, feels very polished. Like I feel like this could do really, really well for you. Good like placement potential and stuff like that for commercial. You have a lot going for you. So it's just like polishing structure, transitions, things like that. But you're very talented, man. I like this a lot. Y'all give it up one more time for Don't Know. I'm going to give it 1 second. I'm actually going to keep the stream going on Twitch and YouTube for a second, but I'm going to end it on TikTok, and I'm going to come back in and restart it on TikTok. So I'm going to go ahead and end it over here because there's no one there, so I don't even mind. So boom, we are ended. Sounds good, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for hopping in. So we're going to go dark for a second, and then I'm going to re-kickstart the live after I come back from the restroom. We'll be back in just a second, y'all. If y'all are over on, if you're over on Twitch or YouTube, then I'm gonna keep you running here for a second. We'll just be back in a moment. Perfect. And you can always reference the VOD too. Don't know if for any reason something was glitchy or weird or anything like that. The VOD is saved to YouTube. It's saved to Twitch for 2 weeks and then saved on YouTube indefinitely. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for sending that in. All right, let me get this up real quick and then we'll get out of here for just a sec. All right, I'll be back in a minute. All right, y'all, we're back. Twitch, YouTube, and let's get back on TikTok. We are back on TikTok. There we go. All right, let me get a couple things updated here. Let me get things moving on TikTok. Dun, 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 dun. Right. Audalone, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm so glad you're here on YouTube. Thanks for hopping in. Sorry, I'm just getting things back up and running on the other platform. Is it a Jate or Jacob? Is it Jacob 1111? Thanks for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. Welcome into the live stream. Let's get some things going. If you are coming in over on TikTok, make sure you are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people, and we're gonna get hopefully some more music rolling here in just a second. TikTok has been kind of interesting today. It's been kind of quiet. It's been kind of non-existent. Let me make sure I've got this updated. Audaloon, how are you feeling today? I appreciate you hopping in. Oh, there's my drums. Okay, hold on. Let me get out of here so we can Sounds from Dream, welcome in. Sounds from Dream, how are you feeling today? I appreciate you hopping in. Let's get this back up and running over here. Perfect. Whoops, not that. Couldn't see where my hands were. Yeah, welcome into the live stream. If you're coming back on TikTok, we've been live for now a couple hours over on Twitch and YouTube, and we had to do a quick little redo over on TikTok. So hopefully everything is coming through now. Marketing business in the building. How are you feeling today? Sounds from Dream. Hope you're doing amazing today. Audaloon on YouTube says things are great here. Just sorting out some cable kits. Let's go. I love to hear it. Marketing business with the roses. Thank you for the roses. I appreciate you so much. Nate is in the building. What's up, Nate? Welcome back into the live stream. I appreciate you being here. If you're over on TikTok, make sure you're tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for the love. Yeah, I've been working on fixing some equipment all day. Or some instruments and stuff. I have a couple drum sets here, and I'm working on flipping some things. So I'm going to be selling a whole bunch of equipment, but I gotta fix it all up first. So I'm switching. I have a new drum set. I'm switching out my drum set and then selling two other drum sets. I have an old Slingerland from the '60s, and then an old Pearl Roadshow that I'm getting rid of as well. And I'm switching that out for this Pearl Vision, which is a phenomenal birch drum set. It's really, really nice. But I'm transferring. I got to transfer all my heads over. I got to clean them all up. I got to get everything ready to sell. I've got like another probably 10 pieces of equipment that I'm getting ready to sell as well. So I got to fix those up, test everything, get videos of it, get pictures of it. So it's been a long day of just beyond the work. Catharsis, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Beyond just like the work that I'm doing, the productions and stuff, and then trying to get all this stuff. My garage is just full of drums and full of random instruments. So it's been a little bit of a tricky time trying to get everything organized. But thank y'all so much for hopping in. I see y'all over on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you so much for being here. If you would like to submit for a consultation, then go to my profile, click on the link. You'll see Track Talk Submission. Read through and follow all of those steps, and we'll get you up on the board. These are 20 to 30 minutes. Goobert, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Nice name. These are 20 to 30 minute long form consultations. It's not a quick review. There is, we listen multiple times, go deep into the structure of your mix and master, production elements, sound design and lyric structure. We're going to get into song formatting. The goal is just to offer a professional second set of ears and some actionable feedback about the structure of your music. So if you would like to submit all of those details, you can find at that link. If you go to my profile, click on Linktree. If you're on YouTube, go to my description. And if you're on Twitch, type !submit right there in the chat. Olivia's in the building. Olivia, welcome into the live stream. I appreciate you hopping in so much. I hope you're doing amazing. Let's get some things rolling here. Hopefully we can get through a couple more. TikTok's just been super interesting lately, but hopefully we can get into some consultations. Jimmy's in the building. What's up, Jimmy Curtin? Good to see you. Appreciate you hopping in. Jimmy, go to, actually, I can throw it up on the screen right here for you. Just follow the steps that are right here. It's good to see you, man. I appreciate you hopping in. Twix, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Dead Wax, I see you in the chat as well. Thank you so much for hopping in. Yeah, follow the steps right here. If you follow these steps, go to my profile, click on the link, and read through everything there, and then you'll see all of the details. All the details of the structure of the live stream, like I mentioned before, you might have missed it, but these are 20 to 30 minute consultations. They're long form. They're a deep dive into your music. It's not like a quick review. It's a really detailed analysis. We'll get into the mix, production, sound design, all that good stuff. A really detailed breakdown over 20 to 30 minutes, multiple times through the song, to really get into the details of your mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song formatting, stuff like that. So if you're looking for a really detailed breakdown, that's what this live stream is all about. And for those of you who don't know, as we're getting things kicked off again on TikTok, even though we've been live on YouTube and Twitch. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. Hi, Chris, welcome in. Soup, welcome in. My name's Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and musician, session musician. That's what I do for a living. I've done that for 13 plus years. I'm also a classically trained musician. So if you are wanting to get into nuance, you're wanting to get into the details and the structure of your music, that's what this is all about. I just want to lend a professional second set of ears on what you're doing creatively and hopefully offer some really specific, actionable tools for you. Can we send multiple songs for one thing or just one? So each submission is one song. So we've had people send in whole albums before, or whole EPs before, but you do pay per submission. So it's completely up to you if that's something you'd want to do. But it would just be a submission per track that you send in. But you can send in multiple. We've had people come in and send like a full EP. Yeah, 100%. No worries at all. And thank you so much for the follow as well, Jimmy. I appreciate it. Johnny Rocket's in the building. What's up, Johnny Rocket? I'll need to send an unreleased song because I'm working on some new stuff at the present. Perfect. I would say probably 95% of people send in unreleased music, especially because we go into so much detail that most people like to send in stuff they're working on so that they can like get some like corrections or some advice or some polish on that before it's sent out. Sometimes people still send finished stuff because they just want to put it out there. They want people to listen to it. Same place. So go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. So you'll see all the steps there. You'll see where to submit credit. You'll see the email to send it to, if it's a file, if it's a link, whatever it may be. You'll see all of that right there in that same link right there at my profile. Gerard, welcome in. Thank you so much for hopping into the live stream. I appreciate it. Oops, hold on. Ronnie's in the building. Welcome in, Ronnie. D-Ray, appreciate you hopping in as well. Welcome to the live stream, y'all. If you're coming in on TikTok, make sure y'all are tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people over there. And don't forget to send your heart me for the day as well. It does help boost the live as well as get you more exposure if you are trying to send in your music today as well. Let me double check this over here. I do want to make sure that I have all of this updated on these platforms too. Oh, no. Let's see. Nathan's in the building. Welcome in, Nathan. Where's that melody? Let's see. Dennis, welcome in. Dennis, appreciate you hopping in. Noki's in the building. What's up, Noki? And Jimmy, thank you so much for the rose. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for that. Let's push this input in a little bit. Tribalist in the building. Good to see y'all. What's up, Noki? How you feeling? Jimmy, all the details are at that link right there. So per submission, it starts at 10. So I know on my side it's dollars, so I don't know exactly what it'll translate to. Pretty close to that. But it's just 10 per track. 10 per track. Oops, wrong thing here. So yeah, each submission starts at 10. I think I've already cleared the line here. Noki, it's so good to see you. Tribalist, I appreciate you being in here. Thank you so much. Got some of the family coming in. TikTok's been really tricky today. I don't know what's going on. It's been pretty dry, pretty slow. Default, welcome in, Default. Appreciate you hopping in. What's up, Jabaya? Welcome in. Welcome in. What's up, Jay Steele? Welcome in, man. Welcome in. How you feeling today? Good to see you, bro. Okay, perfect. Let me look out for that. Give me 1 sec. Got you. Thank you so much, man. Let's get into it. Let's get straight into it. No more messing around. Let's get straight into the music. Shout. Let me get you on the list so I can make sure I have the credit on here. Let's go. Got you. Thank you so much, man. Let's get into it. I'm excited to get into the details of these songs. Jay Steele, I hope you're doing amazing. Let me pull it up over here. Let me give it just a moment. I produced them both, and I'm still working on them. Beautiful. Is the vocals yours as well? There we go. There's the emails. No loops. Let's go. Yeah, give me details. I love details. I love context. I love getting into your vocals as well, all your production. So I'm assuming some analog and live instrumentation in here, maybe some DAW work. I'm assuming some in the box stuff. And then as far as the mix, we're about to hear sax. It's one of my favorite instruments. Let's go. Let's talk through as well. The mix as well. If it's going to be mixed by you, or you're going to be working with an engineer or a studio for this as well. All right, let's get into some details. I'm 19 and been making music for 2 years. Let's go. Any particular order that you would like me to go in? Let me know. I'm going to go, you'll be mixing it. Fantastic. Beautiful. We're going to go song to song. So what I typically do with a back-to-back is we listen to both songs directly back-to-back and then break down both of them. The reason why I typically will do that is for one, it makes it a little bit more concise. And then two, it also, if there's kind of similar things that are happening that need polish, it's usually across both records or multiple records. Like if the vocal's really harsh and sibilant or something like that, it's usually the way that's being processed across the board. So this makes it a little bit tighter. So we're going to start. The mixes are rough, and I reckon you listen to Why You Talking first. Perfect. Let's do Why You Talking, and then we'll go straight into Losing Touch, and then we'll dive into both of them. We'll break them both down. Let's get into it. Let me get them downloaded real quick. Jenna's back in the building. If you're on TikTok, please make sure that you're tapping the screen. Let's try to get to 5,000 likes. Tap the screen, share it the live with a few people. Thank you again for the rose. I appreciate that so much, Jimmy. Appreciate it. Recorded the verse for this 30 minutes ago. Come on. This is fresh. This is fresh off the press. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Okay, let me welcome back, Jenna. I appreciate you hopping in. How you feeling today? All right, this is fresh. Okay, Losing Touch with My Soul. I'm going to get that saved too so we can go back to back. All right, let's get into it. This is Why You Talking by Jimmy Curtin. Any other details you feel like you want me to know, you think would be beneficial to know, or something you want the chat to know, just drop it in the chat right there. It's like some John Bellion production. It's cool.
Why you talking? Why you think you're the hardest out? Why you talking? Why you think you're the hardest now? Why you walking?
Love it.
Why you walking away right now? Why you walking? Why you walking away from sound? Is it that I can't regulate? Emotions keep switching every time I get comfortable. Yeah, it's so hard to make plans and uncertainty. Struggling to find motivation to be vulnerable. That's why I'm writing this. Take away the weight from my shoulders. Minus when you press play, you gon' say it's timeless. Can't wait till I headline wireless, cause how I'm flowing so freely, tireless. You can't put a price on happiness. See a mum smile so valuable, priceless. I swear it's so hard to be righteous when what you touch turns gold like Midas. I know I gotta make this tight, smooth. My friends got such high standards. In school I had my hand up, constant, curious kid just seeking out answers. I get clouded by judgment, but at least ideas.
This is cool, man.
Lost sense of reality. I swear that my memories are fading out of clarity. Yeah. What is life about? Cause I don't know. The goals you set last year, how do you feel when you achieve it? Best believe it. What can satisfy a soul that keeps seeking? I'm so grateful, I know I don't seem it. I take advantage of a playful, I know I seem hateful. Complaining a lot about my mind not being stable. But I swear that I'm grateful for my friends to talk to and family to care for. And I'm far from perfect, just trying to find purpose. Yeah. What are you talking?
CPM, welcome in. There's a sax. Hey. What's up? Good to see you. Thanks for hopping in. I love those saturated drums. What's up, Daisy? Welcome in. C Strong, welcome in. Let's go. Y'all show some love. That is Why You Talking by Jimmy Curtin. Let's go straight into the next one. I like that. You just did this 30 minutes ago. That's really, really cool. So yeah, and hope you guys have a good rest of the day. Thank you so much, Kaden. I appreciate you so much. Hope you have an amazing, amazing rest of your day as well. Losing Touch with My Soul is about when I got diagnosed with autism. Let's go, man. I'm really excited to listen to these records, man. These are cool. I already like the structure of what you have here. It's unique personal production. I think that sounds great. I'm very excited about this. Let's get into it. So Losing Touch, we've already got it downloaded. Let's go straight into it, and then we'll break down both. We'll go back through them, and we'll get into the details of it. How long ago did you get diagnosed with autism? I know that can be life changing. I'm in the process with some people very, very close to me of walking through what that looks like now as well. So I can absolutely relate. 2023. Let's go, man. All right, Losing Touch with Myself. Let me get it right here. Oh yeah, and the sax in here too. Beautiful. It can really shift your perspective on how you see your past, your present, the people around you. I know it's not an easy thing.
Losing touch with my soul, losing touch with my heart, losing touch with my soul, losing touch with my heart is running out of love. I keep running out of patience, and I keep chasing lust, and my mind keeps on racing. Since a little kid, I've been seeking validation for my ideas. Then I noticed it got worse when I got diagnosed. Still regressing, I'm forgetting who I even am. When I found that I was different, I would brag to my peers.
Jack,
now I
welcome
understand the humor, what's to hide from my fears. Started walking out a lesson, they don't know what to do. Skipping class so much, I almost messed up school. To be fair, I'm getting better at managing my conditions, recognizing the patterns like when my charges diminished. Recently it's been difficult to keep up fitness. I feel like I'm fading away, I'm a people pleaser, so I push myself when I don't want to. I'ma say that
I want you, and I don't really want you.
But please don't say that you love me when you are gonna use me. When I die, I don't want haters saying that they knew me. Losing touch with my soul, losing touch with my heart.
Got you.
Losing touch with my soul, losing touch with my heart is running out of love. I keep running out of patience, and I keep chasing lust, and my mind keeps on racing.
It's a pretty production too, man. I like it. Nice wash right there. That's cool. Wow, man, that's beautiful, man. Really emotional, really powerful. Let's okay. Man, I'm excited for you, man. You've got a really cool head on your shoulders with this. I took out the drums because I thought it made the lyrics 100%. I agree. This is like a really good like interlude song. You know what I mean? Like this is a really powerful like interlude song where you don't really need any percussive structure. This is not like a radio hit, right? Or a playlist hit, but this is really like emotional glue in an album that kind of pulls everything together, kind of dictates the emotion and the movement and the feeling and the aesthetic of what you're doing without it having to be like a quick paced pop record, right? I like this without drums. Personally, I really appreciate not having the drums in this. I think the main thing I did funk and pop. Let's go. We're switching it up. All right, let me get back to my my main list here. And let's run from the top. So we're gonna go back into Why You Talking. I think I mainly want to focus on like vocal production and mix because I feel like your songs are really cool. Maybe a couple little production things in here, but I feel like you're talented. You haven't even been doing it for very long, but I feel like you're super talented, man. You have a good ear for the music. I think your intuition is right. So like you have good taste, so you understand when something needs to be there or keep it simpler. So we'll talk about a couple little stylistic decisions. We'll talk about some like more practical decisions, but this is really nice, man. I like your voice. I like the energy behind these records. You're doing a great job, man. You should be really proud of this. Let's run it back from the top. So this is Why You Talking. Let's chop through a couple things here because they kind of happen on both of the vocals. So some of the things that we'll talk about, I would copy and paste to probably, I'm assuming, a couple other songs that you have on your album to make sure you have good control over your vocal presence and dynamic range and stuff like that. So let's get back into Why You Talking. Love that bass too.
Why you talking? Why you think you're the hardest out? Why you talking? Why you think you're the hardest now? Why you walking? Why you walking away right now? Why you walking? Why you walking away from sound?
Okay, quick note. Two basses layered, beautiful. I love it. It's really dynamic. It sounds really full. That's one of the things that I think I like the most about this particular record. Drum structure is really nice too. I have 100%. I want to get into that here in a little bit too. I feel like you understand structure really well. Let me see right here. I think that's actually definitely one of your strong suits. Okay, really quick. One of the notes on this song would be that your image, because of just the amount of production elements that you have and where they sit on this song is pretty narrow. It's pretty mono. So your bass is really big, or layer of basses is really big. You have like a light piano in the background and then some like stereo effects on your vocal, stereo delay, stereo reverb, right? So there's some information in the outside. There's some, but it's a small amount. Matthew, welcome in. Thanks for hopping in. The vast majority of the production elements in here are pretty much centered to mono. So obviously most of your sub information, most of your bass information is pretty centered. There's a lead, like almost like a sine wave lead that kind of hits right over the top in the background. That's more centered in mono. And then of course your drum structure, there's nearly no stereo information, even if it's a stereo file of that structure right there. There's almost no stereo information. It's very, very collapsed to mono. So I would love to just hear a little bit more of an open image to this track. One thing you could do, this is one thing that I really like for, let me see really quick, or like for filter drum breaks and stuff like that, kind of like the AJ Hall drum breaks and like filter D&B breaks and stuff like that, is to add a really, really like subtle, slow modulation chorus to the drums. And it makes them feel really in stereo, and it makes them feel really, really wide and vibrant. Even when most, without like doing a widener or mid-side processing and like pushing all this stuff to the outside. It allows you to get this like really fairly natural stereo image with a little bit of processing. And since the drums are already so filtered and kind of cut off, you don't really have to worry about it feeling unnatural, because it already kind of does have a distorted, overdriven, and then filtered effect. So even like a really, really subtle chorus on those drums can split them wide open and make it feel really, really incredibly dynamic. Like one quick example. Let me see something real quick here. Let me see. I was going to see if I had one on here. Hold on. I was going to see if I had an example of, if I haven't. I don't think I'm doing anything like that on this song yet. I was going to see, because that would make it an easy way to kind of showcase what it is. But yeah, no, I'm not doing that yet. Anyway, so what I would do is take those drums, and then even just like a simple chorus can make them really dynamic. The one that I like the most for this, because choruses can be tricky, just really dialing them in can be kind of nuanced, is the Studio D chorus. I'll show you really quick, actually. I'll just throw it on here so I can show you exactly what it looks like. You don't have to have this one. Any chorus can kind of do the job, but this is a universal audio plugin. I love this plugin for things like just lightly opening up. You can switch between stereo and mono here in 4 different modulation modes that sound a bit more nuanced and a little bit more subtle, but it can just take those drums and kind of split them and open up a little bit. It definitely helps. Let me get out of that really quick, and let's get into that. One comes with a subscription, or you can pay for it, but it's not free. But basically what you can do, I'm trying to think if I could come up with an example. Let me try something. Let me try something here without spending too much time on it, but let's see what I could come up with. Okay, nice. I mean, I don't know if they had this one for free. Oh, the 2A is great. I love it. These are all in stereo. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop this in here, because this is similar. This is obviously it's gonna sound different. You'll kind of get the idea. There we go. Dropped it up here. Okay. So just so we can kind of hear what's going on here, I dropped this in Pro Tools, and we can kind of just listen for the structure of it, right? Now this is pretty. How could I? Let's do this. I'm gonna do something kind of interesting to showcase what's happening with yours. Let's see if I don't know if this will work right. There we go. Yeah, this is completely in mono. So that's why these drums don't feel big at all, right? So this is kind of the same thing that's happening on yours, right? If I bring over here, it's completely in mono. So you don't really get any of that like the energy and that width from it. Same thing here. I mean, honestly, it's like a very similar BPM and everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow this with the Studio D chorus. Immediately feels so much bigger. In fact, Let me do this. I'm going to show exactly how much bigger. By going here. I'm going to take this off. See that difference? So this is what's going to happen. Oh, you actually can't, literally can't see the difference. There we go. Okay, so this right here, this is a vector scope, and this is the polar sample. So this is actually showing your stereo image, right? And kind of like the activity and the information of your stereo image. So if you look right here, this will show you the information. Cookie Monster, or Cookie Monstera, thanks for hopping in. This right here will show you how much information is happening in that field, right? So you'll see right down the middle is mono, here's left, and then there's right. My friend just got that ozone plugin in today, and this sounds so much right. And you'll feel the difference, right? So you can see here, there's mono. This is what's happening in your production. And then there's all that information. Look at what that happened right there. It's going crazy. And we can change this. Totally different feel. Totally different feel, right? No, this is not always the perfect answer. This is not always the way that I would do it. But in this case, when you are dealing with just kind of a stubborn mono file, that right there, just that chorus right there immediately makes this mix so much bigger sounding, because you have your voice in mono. Let me switch back here. Your voice in mono, you have that bass nearly, for the most part in mono, outside of some very small high-end stereo information, the drums in mono. So your whole mix kind of is hitting you from here. You know what I mean? Like the whole mix feels like it's here. I want to hear it out here. I don't want everything pushed wide, but I do want some openness and some width and some punch out of it. Beautiful. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Also, just a quick reminder that you can find all of these streams on YouTube. So if you go to my YouTube channel, I have a playlist called Track Talk Livestream. This will be episode 12, I believe. I'm pretty sure. I'll edit it after the live. But all of these VODs, as soon as the live is over, all of these VODs are saved to YouTube. So you can go back. I think you'll be one of the last ones. You can go back and watch it again and make notes then too and be able to break it down. And you can also see all of Pro Tools over there. It's not on TikTok, where TikTok's kind of shrunk. On YouTube and on, yeah, it makes it a lot easier. On YouTube and Twitch, you're getting the full screen. In fact, you can just hop over there for the stream if that's easier for you. But either way, whatever makes the most sense for you. But you can get kind of the full experience over here. It's a little shrunk down over on TikTok. All right, let's get a little bit deeper into yours. So I would just mess around with some of those chorusing, because that'll make a huge difference in how big your mix feels. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, I did.
Why is it that I can't regulate? Emotions keep switching every time I get comfortable. Yeah, it's so hard to make plans with uncertainty, struggling to find motivation to be vulnerable. That's why I'm writing this. Take away that weight from my...
Okay, and so I'm gonna mention something here that to me is a stylistic decision, and I don't want to guide your stylistic decisions too much. I'm just gonna let you know how it feels to me and how I perceive the way that it comes in. I would love... I don't mind the effect on your vocal. So you have that vibrato on your vocal, which is giving it like a beating. It's giving it like some chorus and phasing. I don't mind the effect of it. I kind of wish that it just sat on like a background vocal and came in and out from there. Hold on, let me get out of this here. And that like every once in a while you would just have an accent word that has that effect on it with a bunch of delay and reverb as like a automation point, or as like an extra layer that sounds really cool in the background. You have like your ending line. Exactly. So on a double. So you have like, let me hear this. I'm gonna hear this lyric come in again really quick.
Why is it that I can't regulate? Emotions keep switching every time I get comfortable. Yeah.
So like right there, every time I get comfortable, well. So like on a background vocal, every time I get comfortable, you'd have that background vocal only says comfortable, like says that one word as an in and out, or as a double or an accent vocal. It just says comfortable, and uncomfortable, there's like a distorted delay that goes comfortable. You know what I mean? And that's got chorus on it. That's super wide and washy. That's got all these effects on it. But then your lead vocal is just like pointed and punchy and polished and professional. You know what I mean? Like to me, I think all of non-beats, welcome in. All of the effects on the vocal here, and then hearing it on two songs, it kind of makes it feel like a little bit more gimmicky just because it's constantly in there. So I think anytime you have like a really strong stylistic decision constantly, it loses its impact a little bit. Gosh, Jesus, a little bit. But if you have like a cleaner, clearer, punchy, saturated lead vocal, that's what my brain is like wanting to hear right here. And then a background that has a bunch of, effects and automated delays and reverbs and stuff like that. And it feels really full. That's also going to help with your stereo image. So your lead vocal is punchy, and then you have another layer of vocals that's giving you more information wide. That's definitely going to help with kind of your openness as well. What vocal chain do you usually use? I use reductive EQ compressor, additive EQ, reverb, de-esser. I can tell you what my current one is. It's a little bit different song to song, but it's not too crazy. I typically have, if I need any noise suppression, I have it. So I'll use like NS1 or something like that for noise suppression. Just depends. Like this is a tube microphone, and I also have a tube preamp and compressor that I'm running everything through, and an EQ, and that has some noise to it. So outside of the box and analog, I want to make sure I'm taking care of some of that noise. So I have NS1 on there because it does help. And that's let me switch here. Let me show you. Boom. That's this plugin right here. It's just a really, really light, very, very light. Take it off. Just hear that really light hiss. That's just from like the tubes and stuff like that. So it just helps mitigate some of that noise and keep it a little bit more subtle. And then I can tell you, and this is more of a voiceover chain. So I would change this depending on, if I'm like tracking a vocal, but it's close. It's close. And then I have EQ. So I'm using a preamp here. It's a 1073. I'm using the EQ on this. I have an 1176. That's just kind of catching peaks there. Whoops, where'd my vocal go? Then I have an LA2A. You just got the LA2A. I love it. I love it. Then I have my EQ here. Now this is again kind of meant for voiceover, the way that I've done this. So I have like a little bit of a low boost, small high push here, but this is largely just like for control. You can see like I'm barely touching it. Like, to be honest, like most of these moves here, this is 1 dB, a little boxiness there, a little mud here, 2 dB, 1.5 dB, 1.5 dB, about 2 dB lift here. I'm really not doing much on here, but also I have an analog EQ that is helping this out a little bit already, so I don't have to do too much. And then I follow that with a de-esser. That's my whole chain right now. As far as I downloaded a Fresh Air by Sig Digital. Do you think that's good? Personally speaking, it's free, so it's free, and that's fine. And there's a lot of people that love it. I kind of hate it, and this is just my opinion. I don't hate it because it doesn't work. It does. So it's a high-end exciter. It's a frequency exciter, right? And it offers some harmonics and some excitement in those high-end frequencies and mid-frequencies, and you can control it really well. So I hate it for one reason, and it's because it is the most abused plugin on the market because it's free, and everyone gets it, and they crank the shit out of it. And it just sounds terrible. It just sounds so horrible. Same with Soothe, same with Goldfoss, same with all of these. There's like these trending plugins that people get their hands on because everyone had it, so they got it, and everyone's talking about it, and everyone's sponsored by it, so they got it. And then they just butcher their mixes with it, and they become lifeless and brutal. Nicole, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I hate when there's too many 100%. So, Fresh Air is not bad. There's people that have Billboard charts and whatever in platinum records using Fresh Air on a vocal. So Fresh Air is not bad. High-end excitement is good. It can be a good thing. But what I notice is that 95% of everyone who's ever told me that Fresh Air was on their track, or I heard it and I asked them, is there Fresh Air on this track? And they say yes, is because of this hissy, high, like bright, just fuzzy high end of the vocal that just sounds terrible. If you use it, use it tastefully and put it at like 5%, 10%. Process your vocal really, really clean and really clear, compressed well, saturated well, leading into it, and it might not be too bad. What happens though, and this is what happens 90% of the time, is people don't compress an EQ well. Their vocal doesn't sound good, and they add that plugin in order to kind of like fake it getting good. Like they're like, man, my vocal still sounds like shit, so I'm gonna add Fresh Air, and it's gonna make it sound kind of bright and airy. Like it's gonna make it sound like a little bit more polished, to an extent. But it's causing so many other like unnatural artifact ridden issues with the vocal that it just kind of brutalizes the vocal. So I would suggest if you're gonna use it, it's fine. Like I said, it's like I don't not like it. because it's a bad plugin. I personally don't really like using it that much, but I just think it's abused a lot. So if you can restrain yourself, if you can refrain from abusing it and putting it at 40% and your vocal sounding like you're hissing at us for 2.5 minutes, then I think you'll be okay. I think you'll be fine. I would prioritize heavily processing well going into it, right? If your vocal is already kind of like bright and open and controlled, processed well, it's saturated well, so it already feels like harmonic and musical and soft at the top end, then you can literally just push it 5%, 10% max, and offer a little bit of a commercial openness to the top end. If you do that, you'll be all right, and I'll still like your vocal mix. But I swear, if I just can't tell you the amount of hissy, fuzzy vocals that I've gotten in and be like, hey, do you have fresh air at the end of your vocal chain? And they're like, yeah, totally. And I'm like, I can tell. It's everything sounds like really, really hissy. So it's fine. Get it. It's free. Use it. Try it out. I would recommend you just trying it and messing around with it. Crank it to the max. Put it at nothing. Bypass it. Move it around and just see how it feels with your vocal. And mess around with it a little bit. And then decide if it works well for you. It's not a blanket statement. Wubsy's in the building. What's up, Wubsy? Good to see you, man. I'm getting a new mic for Christmas as well, so vocals should be better than two. Okay, beautiful. What are you getting? I love that. Fantastic.
It's so hard to make plans and uncertainty, struggling to.
So yeah, again, I would restructure where that effect is on your vocal. That's the main thing I want to focus on there. What's up, man? I'm so glad you're here. Mixie's one I'm trying to improve because I've only been on Logic for a year. Yeah, you're doing a great job, man. Seriously, keep at it. Keep at it. I love it. Okay, let me go to number 2 because we had the back-to-back here. So I do want to go to Losing Touch, and I want to find the same balance here. No, I don't need to download it again. Hold on. At Music College right now. Let's go, man. I'm proud of you for just putting in the effort there and making that happen. That's really, really cool. All right, let me get into this one really quick. And then once again, just really quick, if y'all do want to submit for a consultation, if you're interested in just like what we're doing here, 20 to 30 minute breakdown, getting into the production elements, sound design, mix and master, all these different things, then you can go to my profile, click on the link. Oh, what am I doing? I just realized I'm not even on camera. Go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see everything you need there. If you're on Twitch, just type !submit in the chat. And if you're on YouTube, just go into the description. You'll see the link there. But yeah, these are 20 to 30 minute breakdowns. We're going to get into the details of your music, talk through the structure, get into the nuances of it, and hopefully offer you some actionable feedback and some specifics to take into improving the structure of your music. Yep. I had a session or 2 sessions last week, all guitar. Yeah, I track guitar probably every week for a client. I love it. It's fun. I had two sessions last week or the week before that I was tracking cleaner guitar on one of them and rock for another one. And then I had a production client where we were tracking live electric guitar. This was a couple weeks back. I was tracking live electric guitar for a progressive metal client of mine, which is super fun. Yeah, dude, of course. Okay, sounds good, Nicole. I'll double check for that in just a moment. What do you play? I play a little bit of everything. So I've played drums since I was 4 years old. I have a three drum sets in here right now. I'm selling 2 of them, and I just switched out to a new drum set, which I'm really excited about. I get to try that out this week. But I played drums since I was 4 years old. Classically trained in piano from the age of 6 all the way through 19. So I did 13 years of classical piano as well as guild and stuff like that. I taught myself how to play guitar when I was 8. Taught myself how to do Pro Tools when I was about 12, 13 years old. I've been recording ever since then, and then got trained in audio engineering at a studio for about 2.5 years, doing a private mentorship and working in that studio for about 2.5 years. And that's where I kind of got my training in the live mixing, studio tracking, audio engineering, so on and so on. But yeah, piano and synths, and I mean I've got a bunch. Synths are kind of my thing. A lot of people know me for my synth work and 80s stuff or whatever. I've got like 12 synths in here, so I play a lot of piano, a lot of keys, a lot of synthesizers, stuff like that. And then I have guitars in here as well. So I've got acoustic, electric, bass, like 4 different basses. So I kind of play guitar in any form, and then vocal tracking, drums, so on and so on. So yeah, a little bit of everything. I want to teach myself some other instruments too. I have a couple wind and brass instruments. I would like to teach myself sax actually. Sax and cello. Sax and cello will most likely be my next instruments. I really want to learn. So I have some I need to fix up. I don't know if they're good enough to get fixed up. If not, I'll buy one in the next couple months maybe, or trade someone for it with some of the gear I have in here I'm getting rid of. But anyways, yeah, that's It's a brief overview of the stuff that I play. Love this sax, by the way. This is great. Sax is fun. Cello is when I want to. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to get some things started for my dinner. Can you? Are you able to hold for 2 minutes, Jimmy? Are you able to hold for 2 minutes? He's got a bomb. He's in my band. Beautiful, dude. So fun. So fun. Okay, Nicole, let me get you up on the board as well. Let me get you up on the board. Give me 1 moment. Got you. Okay, I gotta, sorry, my wife's on her way home and I need to get dinner started so she's not waiting too long after she gets home to be able to eat. Give me just, 1 moment. Let me go get the oven on and get some stuff out really quick and then we'll be right back. We'll break down the finish of this last song. And Nicole, I got you up on the board. All right, give me a sec. Okay. All right, we're back. Let me know if you are here. Sorry for the delay. Kobe, welcome in. Welcome in. Okay, give me a sec. Perfect. I'm glad you all hung out. Thanks for right now, well, I'm getting it ready. I might make some Asian tonight. I have some stir fry steak I'm gonna get some potatoes in the oven, but I'm not sure. Nicole's in the building. Thank you for hopping back. I want to make sure that y'all make sure we're here. So yeah, I'll start with like steak and potatoes, and we'll see kind of where we go from there. So got to get some stuff in the oven ready to go. My wife hasn't been feeling the best the last day or two, so she's eating really simple. So it might just be the steak and potatoes. Keep it like lean and simple, and then hopefully, I love cooking Asian. So maybe we'll make more full on in just a minute. Okay, give me a second to just shoot her a text. Give me one sec. Olive branch, 100%. Yeah, I've got time for maybe just a few more. That might be my last one because I've already been on for 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, I think like her, she was like a little bit upset yesterday, and I think she's feeling better, but still just trying to be pretty simple right now. Okay, yeah, if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link tree, and click on Track Talk Submission. I can just take a few. Let me throw up the line really quick. I've got Nicole up there. I can just take like maybe one other song. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, let me shoot her a message really quick so she knows what to do when she gets in. Let's see. Okay. Got it. All right. We should be good. Why is this phone not charging? Okay. Let's get into it. So let me catch up on messages here. Give me 1 second. Thank you so much, Wubsy. I appreciate you, Nicole. Appreciate you so much. Yeah, the olive branch, if you haven't seen already, yeah, go to my profile, click on the link tree, and click on Track Talk Submission. Right now it's 10 to get on 50 if you wanna skip. Adam, welcome in. Okay. Before you talk about losing touch with my soul, any advice about sustaining a living from music? Because I want to do similar to what you're doing. Okay. I appreciate y'all so much. Sustaining a living from music. So here's what has worked for me. So I have the, I'm blessed to be able to do music full time. It is incredibly fulfilling and also wildly volatile and stressful. So here's what I would say. And this is not all things that I have done, but maybe I wish I had done better when I first started going full time into music, because I haven't always been full time in music. A lot of times, average parents helps. I did not, so I've just chipped away at it for a long time. It took me 10 years of working in music and doing it part-time to finally be able to do it full-time. So a decade of working a bunch of other jobs and doing a bunch of other things in order to finally be able to have enough of a client base and enough opportunity to actually be able to do it full-time. So for one, I'd say be patient. Number two, I would say make sure that you have, it is very volatile, right? There might be, a couple years ago, I had like 47 mixes, right? And it was just a wash of, I got a ton, I don't know what happened, but I had a ton of clients, just so many clients. Like 47 mixes, tons of productions, tons of session work. Anytime we were going on and doing live streams, there was 40 people in here. Everything was like really, really high. And the next thing you know, there's a switch. And all of a sudden, people get stressed. People hold their money closely. They decide that they don't have the capacity to work on more music. They spread out sessions a little bit more. So someone who's like, dude, we're going to do a whole album together. They're like, hey, we're going to do an album, but I don't think I can really finish it till like 2026. So let's spread out these songs. The next thing you go, no, you thought you were getting paid $8,000 for something in 3 months. And that's spread out over a year and a half now. Like that's kind of the way that this all works, right? Like maybe you get a really cool opportunity with a sync placement with a cool company, and you get something in a commercial. 7 months from now, you'll get paid for it, and it's way down the road, right? So there's all these nuances, I think, to being in the industry and understanding kind of the structure of it, that it can be very fulfilling when you're in it, but also very stressful and very volatile. So you constantly need to do outreach. If no one knows you, you don't work, right? So you need to utilize social media. You need to put your skills out there. So if you want to work as an engineer, you want to work as a producer professionally, people need to know that you exist. They need to hear your sound. Like for me, like a lot of what I do is like 80s stuff, like synth pop, dream pop, synth wave, dark wave, stuff like that. Think Depeche Mode, Tears for Fears, Kavinsky, Mike Dean, stuff like that, right? That's a lot of what I do. So a lot of people come to me for that. They come to me because now I do a bunch of other. I'm working on an opera. I'm mixing and producing a contemporary opera track right now for a client. Still has synths in it. Hell yeah. I'm also, I work in a lot of different genres, rock, pop, all the way across the board, R&B. Work in a lot of different things, but a lot of people come to me because of the identity that my sound has, because of analog synths and 80s production and stuff like that. The same reason why Mike Dean is working with Kanye and Travis Scott and all these people, because they want that. They want that thing that he has, right? That sound and that tone and that aura that he has when it comes to the aesthetic of his music. So that's one thing. Anyways, it's going to come with ebbs and flows. And then the last thing I would say, first I got good at engineering and production. Yeah, the start is getting good at it, right? Last thing that I'll say before we get into this last track and finalize this, and then hear Nicole's record as well. The last thing I would say is the thing that has allowed me to be full-time at what I do and only do music is the fact that I've made myself really useful to the industry, like really useful, and built as many skill sets as possible. So when people come to me like, what do you do? I have something that you probably want in your track, or want or need in your track. Like I mentioned before, I played drums since I was 4 years old. I'm a classically trained pianist, so synthesis and pianos and keyboards and all that stuff is really easy for me to do. I've been singing my whole life, so vocal tracking and editing and vocal production I've done forever. Trained in audio engineering. I played guitar since I was 8 years old in all different styles, so on and so on. I've made myself really, really useful. It's very challenging. And even there's people with Grammys that are still working at Subway because they got a really cool opportunity and one song popped off and they were the producer on it, or one of 4 producers on it. And they're still working 3 jobs because that song didn't offer enough on the service side and they're not getting any points for it. So they didn't get enough on the service side to pay all of their bills forever, right? So my advice, if you want to do it full time, is learn as many skills as possible and make yourself as useful and as valuable to the people around you as possible. So that's part of how I've been able to build a full-time business in YouTube, or not in YouTube. What am I saying? In YouTube, in music. One of the reasons why I've been able to do music full-time is because I constantly have an influx of random new work and different things. So like tomorrow, I'm going to be working out a production for a client. Earlier today, I was doing some session work. Last work, I was doing a lot of session work. Next week, I think I have 2 mixes. I'm going to be starting potentially another synth tracking session. So I'm doing a lot of different things that all make up the music business that I have. And then on top of that, we do, we break down these consultations and stuff like that to help other people be able to improve on their craft and all those things, right? As you know. So I think that's my overarching tip would be, if you want to work in music full time, you got to make yourself valuable. People have to need you to work on their song. And I think that to me has been the main thing that I focus on. Is I want to be as good as I possibly can be. I want to be as knowledgeable as I possibly can be. And I want to, really be able to know my stuff. So whether that's, and then the other part is, there's the X factor side of it, which is just like, you are good at social media, you have charisma. I mean, that's a valid lane that people are in too. Like, there's the people that are experts, the people that are scientific about it. There's the people that just have a good vibe and they understand, they're a good hang in the studio. They have good taste in music, so everything they make is pretty cool. And then there's some people that they literally just got good at YouTube, and they're like halfway decent producers, maybe a decent engineer, maybe have some training and credibility, but they're charismatic. And they understand how to bring in energy on camera, and they make it on social media. That happens all the time. Half the people that you know on social media that are engineers and stuff, that's what happened. They had good charisma. They knew how to communicate well. They got a good camera, and they put out good content. So that's a whole other side of the industry. No, I don't believe I had. Okay, I've got to get into these tracks because I got Nicole coming up too. Let me. I don't think that sounds like vaguely familiar, but I don't know if I have. Shloud's in the building. What's up, Shloud? He does really good videos on production and stuff. 100%. Yeah, there's a ton of really, really talented people out there. All right, let's get into the middle of this track here because we already heard it once, and I want to get into the main structure of it. And then we got Nicole in the building. And then I'm probably going to close up. I have time for maybe one more track. Maybe one more track. All right, let's get into it.
Losing touch with my soul, losing touch with my heart, losing touch with my soul.
And the same thing here. I don't want to separate the stylistic decision that you're making for this record. I want to keep that as it is to an extent, but I would when you come in with your verse, come in with a clean vocal. Keep this here, maybe add a little bit of Valhalla reverb to it, a nice big hall reverb on it. Yes, 100% Shloud. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. Hopefully at a decent time too. I've been working on a bunch of other stuff, but hopefully tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah, let's say 2. I was on a little bit around 4 p.m. today, or 3:45-ish today. I'm hoping to be on before 3 tomorrow, and then on for a couple hours. Dude, I hope Shloud's working on some stuff. That'd be awesome. Shloud's an awesome producer. But I would keep your lead vocal clean, just to have control over your effects again, right? Have your background vocals with the effects with maybe a bit of reverb. I would like to hear this vocal here. Lose control of my soul. Let's go, Shloud. I love to hear it, man. Patty, welcome in. This little structure right here, I would love to hear some little bit of tasteful reverb on it, a tasteful ping pong delay that's filtered down a little bit, just a little bit of space because everything's pretty direct, right? And the same thing that happened in the last one, we don't want things to get too small or too dry or too mono. Sometimes it works, but if it does, you got to be really, really strategic with it. So on this vocal here, I would give yourself just a little tasteful little nugget of reverb on a stereo reverb, maybe a little bit of a ping pong delay to just kind of open up that signal a little bit, and then create some contrast between your dry vocal, right? So then your lead vocal comes in and it's maybe without the effect, keep that on those, accent vocals and that lead vocal that comes in early for that hook right there. And then on your verses, you're dry, you're clean, you're saturated, you're punchy. That to me feels more polished and more professional. Not that you want to be robotic with your mixes or anything like that, but I feel like that feels a bit more cohesive to me. All right, let me skip a little farther here.
Losing touch. My mind keeps on.
I like your production here, though. I like the introduction of the guitar. Everything feels really open and really vibrant. So I like that. I mean, the bass is nice. The piano sounds really pretty. So for me, it's going to largely come down to vocal processing.
Since a little kid, I've been seeking validation for my ideas. Then I noticed it got worse when I got diagnosed. Still regressing, I'm forgetting who I even am. When I find.
Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec. Okay, sorry, my bad. Oh shit. All right, give me 1 second. I'll plug these back in. Okay, do you like the delivery? Because I was trying something different with my voice. I think so. Let's get into the verse. I think so. I'm listening to it kind of underneath all of the effects. I think I do. I'm going to listen a little bit deeper going into these verses now. I think it sounds good. I know that it's kind of swimming underneath some of those effects, and I want to make sure that I still get some clarity out of that. I'll get a better idea of that, I think, without so much processing on your verse vocals to give you a little bit of a cleaner input right there. I think that'll help understand your energy behind it a little bit more. But you do feel confident on the microphone. It doesn't feel like timid or shy. Like I feel like you have a good expression. So I'm not too worried about that.
That I was different. I would brag to my
What's up, Alan? Welcome in.
Now I understand the humor. What's that hide from my fears? Started walking out a lesson. They don't know what to.
Love that pad in the background there. See, that's the width and the openness that I'm looking for there. The like low one in this part of the production feels really open. CNO, welcome in. It's so good to see you. Thanks for hopping into the live stream again. It feels really open and really vibrant. And so I'm trying to find a balance between those two things. But the low end there feels really nice. I like the swell and the attack of that synth right there. The bass feels nice. And I do like your performance. It does feel confident. It does feel like well articulated. So I feel like you're doing a lot of great things. I would just dry up the lead and all those doubles and pops in the background, create some more effect on that to make that feel kind of wide and interesting with some automated delays and stuff like that. That sounds a lot better on this one. And then keep that clean. I would just saturate it well, keep it well balanced. You'll be in a good spot.
Skipping class so much I almost messed up school. To be fair, I'm getting better at managing my conditions, recognizing the
Okay, so some of the other stuff we already talked about on the other one. Okay, I think this is probably the last thing that I would say. On your vocal chain here, I would tighten up your compression just a hair. Right now, it's pretty loose as far as how much like control and reduction you're getting or how many stages of compression that you have. So your vocal really kind of jumps into the mix and out of the mix a little bit. So you got these kind of bursts of energy as it leaps forward. And as you change proximity and back off of it a little bit, you lose a little bit of steam. And so that's part of what makes it feel a little bit more inconsistent and a little bit more amateur is that vocals dynamic range is like too broad. You mentioned your chain earlier, and I think you just had one compressor on, right? I would suggest, specifically in this genre, I would suggest having at least, but I would suggest having two. I wouldn't go parallel right now. I mean, you can, but to me, this is down the road. I just think that's a process that if you are really accustomed and really familiar with compression, then you can start to integrate some other processes like that as you really, really understand the structure of it. As you're just kind of getting things moving and learning to mix, I wouldn't worry about parallel this and side all of this. I would just keep everything as consistent as possible. Get excellent at understanding like the foundational compression techniques and get those brilliant, get them really, really clean and clear. And then you can start messing around with some parallel saturation, parallel compression, side chaining this to this, moving the signal over here to this one, bussing this one. Like you can get familiar with all of that, but I would start getting really consistent. I would suggest having two compressors. Almondsville, so good to see you, man. I hope you're doing amazing. I see your songs taking off, man. I'd love to see that for you. Amazing. But I would have at least two compressors. The way that I would, T Harvey's in the building. I would have two compressors, and I typically have them back to back. So on my vocal chain here, like I said, let me move this up here. I have an 1176 and I have it going straight into an LA2A. That's the way that I have it on this particular chain. This is not how I have it for every vocal. Sometimes I'm using something different. Sometimes I'm using distressors. Sometimes I'm using something a little stronger outboard like the ART that I have out here. I'll push that a little bit harder. T Harvey, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate it. And then sometimes I'll use like RVox or something like that, right? It kind of depends on what I have. In this particular one, I like having a little bit of a faster compressor first to just kind of grab a couple elements, so a much faster release in that case. So that's what I use the 1176 for. So the 1176, I have the attack pretty slow, like very, very slow actually. And in fact, I might even move this up just a little bit, but I have a pretty slow attack. So the vocal actually cuts in. So I allow the vocal signal and those early transients to actually cut into the mix and then grab it. And as soon as it grabs it, it releases that phrasing pretty quickly. So I have my release really, really fast. So attack is slow, release is fast. I'm at a 4-to-1 ratio. That's just kind of grabbing. So you can see like right here as I'm talking on the meter here, I'm getting probably 4 to 5 dB of reduction. So a good amount of control, 4 to 5 dB of reduction. If I'm like singing and putting more energy behind it, if I start like, yelling or pushing it, I'm probably getting about 7 dB of reduction, which for me is like the sweet spot for the 1176. 7 dB for the 76 and the 2A to me is like the sweet spot of like a really good controlled vocal. So I'm getting about 5 on average there because I'm just kind of doing voiceover essentially with this. And then I follow that with a slower release. So I have a fast release. It's just grabbing, it's letting some elements in, grabbing and controlling just, some of those transients and controlling by a couple dB. And then I have the LA2A. And the LA2A I'm using to kind of smooth everything out. It's going to be a lot smoother because it's a much slower release. So you can see when I say a note and I go, I say note, you can hear that it takes, 50 milliseconds for it to come back, 75 milliseconds for it to come back into place. It's a much slower release. So it's going to help smooth out the vocal once some of those faster transients are already taken care of by the 76. On this one, I'm looking for about the same, about 5 to 7 dB of reduction. Personally, for what I'm doing right here. It's going to be different for your song. It's going to be different depending on your inputs and the effect that you're going for. But what this allows is for, I can talk really quiet. I mean, I'm all the way down to almost a whisper or like vocal fry. And I can also yell really loud. I'm not moving at all. I'm right here, right in front of the screen. I can talk really, really quiet. I can whisper and I can also yell. And it's like really consistent, like a really, really consistent vocal range. So I'm never getting my vocal when I'm singing. And again, this is more of a chain tailored towards voiceover, but it's similar to what you could do for a vocal in a song. And it is so buttery smooth. It's so like, I can start singing really loud and hit some higher notes, or I can kind of bring it down to a vocal fry and just start whispering and get close. And you keep all of your depth, all of your dynamics. It's consistent, it's polished, and your dynamic range is right here. It's really, really tight. You're not falling. I can even back off the mic and get closer to the mic, and you're not hearing any like dramatic changes. You're not hearing any really, really dramatic changes in quality because that compression is really smooth, it's really tasteful, and it's processed in a way that keeps it hyper consistent without being pumped. The thing that I also try to pursue with this is that it's still fairly transparent. You're not like hearing the compression attack my vocal. You know what I mean? Like sometimes if you go too crazy with it, too high of a ratio, too low of a threshold, or whatever it may be, just the wrong settings, too fast of a release, too quick of an attack, whatever it is, you'll start to hear that pumping in the vocal, and you can hear the compression working constantly. In this case, you just hear like a really like kind of vibrant, punchy, full vocal, but you're not like hearing the compression grab it. And that's usually kind of the sign of like a more amateur compression structure, is it just feel like it's like you hear all of the effects working like crazy to control and edit the vocal, as opposed to it being like really smooth and clear. Now, obviously this depends on taste. It depends on kind of what you're looking for with your compression. But to me, I hear your vocal wavering in the mix and cutting in and out based on proximity, based on just amplitude of your vocal. And so if you can get that clean and clear, get it really, really well structured, you don't need these plugins either. You could do it with I did a video on this a while back. I should probably do it again. You could do it with 2 stock plugins if you wanted to. You could just have a stock Logic. You said Logic, right? Or am I making that up? Either, whatever it all, it doesn't matter. Have a stock compressor that has a slower attack and a fast release. Lower it, put it at 3-to-1 ratio. Lower it till you get 5 dB of reduction. Then add another compressor, the exact same one. Add another compressor on there, have probably a little bit of a faster attack, so it grabs early, and a much slower release, so it smooths out and it keeps that compression going for a longer tail before it re-triggers it again. And then you put that at 3 or 4-to-1, and then you lower that to about 5-7 dB of reduction, and you have that same stack of compression. I like the tonal qualities and the characteristics of like the color that LA2A and the 1176 bring, but you can do the same thing, right? It's just controlling your attack and release, your ratio settings, and your threshold per compressor to make sure that you're gain staging properly and controlling that signal, controlling your dynamic range. If you do that, man, you're like, this will transform the way your vocal is going to blast through the mix. It's going to punch through so beautifully and so clearly, especially because you don't have a lot to compete with. All right, let's get to the last 30 seconds of the song here. I think what we covered pretty much covers everything throughout these records. I think your performance is good. I think your production's interesting. I think you have a lot. It's simple, but I think it's really impactful, and I think that's a good thing. You don't have to be complex. Complex is not better, and simple is not better. It just depends on what sounds good and what serves the song. So just do what makes sense. you know, for the song structure. But let me hear the last 30 seconds here. But I think you're doing a good job, man. Shout out to you. I'm excited, especially for how new you are at this. You're doing a great job. I mean, I love the sax too. And the sax is pretty good. So you hear that, how massive that sax gets kind of almost jarring loud right there for a second. Drop the LA2A on there and just make it so it's, what I would do is like drop the LA2A on that sax and just have it to where when that moment happens, you get 7 dB. Most of the time, it's barely even going to touch it because it's really quiet. The sax is super dynamic, like a human voice, super dynamic. So most of the time, it's not even going to touch the sax. You're going to see it just barely moving like this. And then in that moment, it's going to notch it down 6 or 7 dB, just so, because that jumps out of the mix again. And it's a little bit jarring. It kind of wakes you up a little bit. Keep that a little bit more under control. And I think you'll be in a good spot. Yeah, I love those pads are beautiful. Y'all show some love. I gotta move quick. Y'all please show some love to Jimmy Curtin. Dude, I like your music a lot. I like your vibe. I like your aesthetic. I think your productions are interesting. You're confident on the mic. You have good lyric structure. I think it's gonna come down to processing and polish. Like those two things to me is if you can get your processing down, be stylistic and be unique, but also have enough like familiarity and structure that people kind of know what they're listening to. Sounds a little more polished, a little bit more professional, and you're gonna be in a great spot, man. I'm excited for your future. Y'all show some love to Curtin one more time. Jimmy, I appreciate you a lot. We got Nicole in the building. Let me just double check a few things, y'all. I only have time for maybe one or two songs. This is literally not charging. What's going on over here? My phone's just gonna die. It's fine. Let me just double check something real quick just to make sure I am getting everything in here. Beautiful. Okay, perfect. All right, I got time for, dude, of course, anytime. Absolutely anytime. I'm excited to hear some updates on these tracks too. I'm not a producer or an engineer. I'm an artist. Oh, 100%. Yeah, we're going to get a little bit of everybody in here. We've had a couple solo artists in here as well. Since I do work as an engineer and a producer, and as a producer, a lot of people come in with production, just because that's the structure that they're really looking to dissect. But I will lean in completely to the vocal and artist side, vocal production, song structure over here. And if we need any work on like the mix and things like that, then we can always have some things some notes sent to the engineer to polish some things. But yeah, we're gonna go all the way across the board, so no worries at all. We got your track right here. Let's see. Okay, I got the email twice from Jimmy. Perfect. This is a song I did for a music competition with a partner I was paired up with, Tay Nail. Am I saying that correct? Or Tay Nay. Oh, with an exclamation point. Tay Nay. Got you. Okay, perfect. Any other details that you want me to know? I'm gonna get it downloaded. Any other details you want me to know as far as like where you got the production? Is it a YouTube beat that was stripped? Is it a BeatStars lease? Are you working with a producer or some musicians to create the song? Give me some details on that. And then on the engineering side, are you going to be going to a studio for it to be engineered, or is it already gone through that process? Give me some, kind of random details in that vein so we can get some of the context. But this is Forbidden Love by Nicole and Tay. Let's get into it. I'm excited. Is this my first time hearing your music, Nicole? Remind me really quick, just in case I have heard you before. And if it is my first time hearing you, welcome to the family. I'm so glad you're here. I appreciate you hopping in. Thank you for sending this track. Recorded in a studio, executive produced by Tiffy. Oh, shout out to Tiffy. I know Tiffy. Beat created and mixed and mastered by Waves. Shout out to Waves. I know Waves. First time sending in, just wanted a feedback from New Ears. Beautiful, dude. I love that so much. Yeah, I know both of the people you're talking about. Shout out. So Tiffy, okay, executive produced by Tiffy. The beat was created and mixed and mastered by Waves. Did Waves mix the overarching track or just the beat? Did he mix the whole thing? Let's get into it. Yeah, no, I love them. They're awesome. I love them. Jord, welcome in as well. Thank you so much for hopping in. Beautiful. Okay, sorry. New perspective on it. Let me run it from the top. Is that Tay? Yeah, they're great. They're great. Waves in his luscious locks. To me, and I miss your face when we talk through the screen. But I want you right here next to me. Like, baby, let me hold
you love me. Without you, baby, I feel like I'm nothing. Yeah. Love, I want something I cannot have.
Smooth.
Love, girl, I just hope you understand. You was a 10. I don't want nobody, I just want your body, and I miss it when you say, yeah.
Nicole, right there? I'm guessing. Hell yeah, you got a great voice. Nice range. It's a cool beat too. You have great vocal range. I like those vocal samples too. Shout out to Waves. Shout out to Waves on the production here. Let's get into it. Y'all, show some love. That is Nicole in the chat over on TikTok. Thank you so much for sending this in. Also, shout out to Tiffy and shout out to Waves. I love them both. They're great. Waves is the bomb. He's one of the kindest people I've ever met. He's such a pure soul, and he's got the best hair in the game. Tiffy's hair is great too. Waves got some luscious locks. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. This is Forbidden Love by Nicole. Let's get into a couple. There's a couple little minor things that I'm hearing. The production is punchy. It's vibrant, it's full. Both of y'all have great vocal range, so I'm hearing some really, really dynamic elements from both Tay and you, Nicole. So the overall structure of this, I think, is really, really good. There's a couple little moments in here. There's a timing switch on one of the last hooks, I believe. I want to dig into. There's some manual tuning correction I want to listen for on the main run and the main ad lib. I think those are the two elements that I'm listening for. I'm going to dive into those elements, but overall, it's a really, really great structure. It's a good balance on the mix, and great vocal performances by both of y'all. So I think all of that is in spades. Sounds absolutely fantastic. I think everybody involved did a great, great, great job. But I want to listen so for me, it's like taking this from a 9 and like cranking to 11. It's taking what is like a really good song and two really good vocalists over a really good beat and making it feel like standard, like industry standard, feeling full, feeling vibrant, feeling incredibly, incredibly polished, because it has the potential to be very commercial. It has the potential, I think, to do really, really well on streaming and on playlisting. Thank you, S. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that so much. And so I want to dig into those elements because to me, they're like the nitpicky stuff that to me kind of matters the most. It's like there's nothing. It's like what would be the best way to explain this? It's almost like there's a really, really great movie and there's like one bad actor. You know what I mean? I don't know if this will make sense. It's probably not the best analogy where it's like, dude, it's cinematic. The score is beautiful. Most everything is in place. And it's like, it's the most beautifully like shot and edited and produced film in the world. And there's one character you can't stand, right? It's like one little missing piece that just makes it not your favorite movie. You liked it when you watched it, but you might not go back to it, right? Those are the little details that I want to get into. Thank you so much for the roses. S, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the love. Those are the details I want to get into. Everything's really, really, really polished and really well done. And then there's like two little details that to me, I feel like might be the reason why someone might not attach to it as much. And I want to polish those things a little bit. Okay. Let's run it from the top. This is Forbidden Love by Nicole. S, thank you so much for hopping in. Eternal Nothing Something by Jelm. Help me You're totally good, Ciano. No worries at all. No worries at all. Help me out. I'm a new artist, psychedelic rock and dream pop. I love that. S, if you do want to submit, I'm going to be closing up the line soon. So if you want to submit, I would do it now. All of the details for a full consultation are at my link tree. So go to my profile, click on the link, and click on track talk submission. Just read through all of those steps there, and we can get you up on the board potentially just for one of these last submissions here. But shout out to Nicole. I appreciate you sending this in so much. Let's dive in. And also shout out to Tiffy and shout out to Waves. I love them. Right off. Okay, so it's one of the reasons why I want to tackle this thing is because it's like the first thing you hear. Let me see. I believe, if my ears are doing what they're supposed to do, that this is G minor. Yep. So starting on the 7 over the D sharp. So whatever, like main melody right there. The thing that I'm listening for, off this first part right here, as soon as you hit the first note, beautiful. You immediately draw people in. I know this is Tay's vocal. Immediately draw people in. It's a great early introduction to the vocal there. Punchy, beautiful, crazy. The one thing that throws me off, and to me, it would be one of the reasons why this won't feel as like polished or maybe connect to people or be as playlisted and whatever, is the automatic tuning. So what you're gonna hear this melody. You hear that melody over the top. What you're having, you have perfect pitch, I see. It's what you would refer to as near perfect pitch. So I would say 80% of the time, someone's like, they'll play a song and I can just hear that it's like A flat or something. But most of the time I have to hear it and I can play like one note on the piano and I know the reference point for the pitch. So it's near perfect pitch. So this song started playing, I played a B flat and I knew where it sat in the scale. So I knew it was a G minor. I knew where the B flat was in reference to the full tone and whatever. The root note is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it's close. So it makes it really easy for me to like transpose and learn things by ear and stuff. I'm gonna hear a song and be like, okay, I know it's in G minor, so it's starting on the 4, which means it's starting on the D sharp. I know that that's kind of where the progression leads and makes it a lot easier to break things down. And it's kind of fun. But, full perfect pitch, it ends up kind of being a gimmick a lot of times for people where they'll just be like, ding, here's a crystal cup. What note is it hitting? But it's not actually like useful in their own music. I try to make it as useful as possible. So it actually helps me break down production structures and things like that. It's fun. It makes things move a lot faster. Okay. So what's happening? Again, you have the lead melody over the G minor right there. What's happening though is because some of the notes that Tay is hitting, we'll break this down in your vocal a little bit too. Some of the notes that Tay is hitting are approximately, for a full semitone, there's 100 cents, okay, in a full semitone. Some of those are at like 48 cents and they move to 52 cents and they're kind of halfway between a note. So what happens is that vocal will sometimes, it's just autotune is just tuning to the closest semitone, right? To the closest note in there. So if here is like an A and here is an A sharp, right? If these are the two notes, this is 100 cents. If you're singing right here, halfway between those, it just has to decide which one. And sometimes the vocal wavers a little bit. There's some vibrato and it moves a little bit between. So you'll hear the auto-tune bounce between those two notes in order to reach the pitch, right? To keep it locked to the grid of the scale that it's in. Not to get too annoying and technical with it, but that's what's happening sometimes in these vocals where the intended melody is this. And if that's hit, that'd be a really, really like clean, polished early introduction to a vocal. But what happens is you kind of hear, these little wavering, I'm not gonna be able to do it on the piano. You hear these little kind of wavers in the vocal as the autotune fights to balance it between those two notes. I'm gonna play the intro again really quick, and you're gonna hear it kind of dip below the note for a second and recorrect it. And that's what you hear that? You hear that little move right there? There's a little dip in the tuning right there. This is a small detail, but for me, it's what's going to separate this from Tory Lanez and Chris Brown and these other, other artists and producers that are tuning their vocals strong, but their main melody structure is perfected through manual tuning and Melodyne. I personally would manually tune these vocals before, so that you're literally placing that vocal exactly where it goes. and then you're just adding the effect of auto-tune afterwards. That's what I would personally do. That way, there's literally no chance that a note is hitting halfway between anything, and there's not just auto-tune on the vocal. I would correct it to the like exact intended note. That way, when this vocal comes in, it's like polished and pure and clean. And it's like locked in. It just feels super, super smooth. If there's any wavering of it, to me, it sounds out of tune because it's hitting a seventh right below or a second right below. It's hitting right below there. So it almost sounds out of tune, which is impossible because it's automatically tuned, but it's hitting notes that I don't think are intended by the melody. Let me hear it again really quick. You hear it a little bit there, so it has a little dip in energy. So those I would correct manually on any of those runs, because it's the first time you hear the vocal, so the last thing you want is for anything to be out of place. That right there is what I would focus on. And then you hear it a little bit in the vibrato too. You hear it's like the vibrato's here, so it's tuning it to two different notes in the vibrato. Not specifically a negative thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but you might want to, just like as an example, let me pull up an auto tune so you can see. Kimura's in the building. What's up, Kimura? I don't know if Waves is using Antares or if he's using Waves Tune or something like that. What's up, Kimura? Welcome in. It's good to see you. The other thing that you can do that is helpful, it would be over here. So, hey, thank you so much, man. You as well. I appreciate it. So right here, here's the retune speeds right here on the left side, right? So if you have it at 0, you're getting the full T-Pain auto tune effect. About 20 milliseconds would be like Ariana Grande, Justin Bieber, Ed Sheeran, kind of in there, a more natural movement while still being pretty highly auto-tuned. But humanize over here. When there's sustained notes, and you're holding a and there's some vibrato and it's a little bit more sustained, the more this is humanized, the more it's going to allow for deviations in pitch and modulation before it tries to grab onto autotune. So when it's a longer note and it's printed, it's going to allow a little bit more movement there. So you could bring this humanization up and this flex tune up a little bit as well, so that even if your retune speed is really fast, and it's the auto-tune effect is really high, you can make those transitions feel a little bit more natural, the vibrato feel a little bit more natural, and that feels a little bit more even, and you're not getting auto-tune trying to grab everything. It's playing Fruit Ninja or whatever it's called. Like, it's trying to just grab and slash at everything, as opposed to just taking like the main notes that are in there and it not being so sensitive. So that can help. Those humanized functions can help a lot. Manual tuning is going to help the most. I think that would help for both of your vocals in here. Let's get a little bit further. But since it's like the first vocal that comes in, I want that to be really, really clean and clear, because it is a powerful vocal. Both of y'all are great vocalists, you can tell. Sometimes you've got to make those manual adjustments to make sure everything is super, super clean. All this sounds really nice. This is polished, good saturation, vocals nice and even, good automation on those delays and stuff. Reverb sounds full. All this sounds really nice. Nice little vibrato there too. No, I love that. Like, there's a lot of cool things that are happening in this song structure. I like it a lot. Nice 808 slides there. Come on, Waves. This is all a really nice mix here. This whole middle structure right here, I think it's a main ad lib. Main ad lib, I think, is the like initial kind of correction right there. But this all sounds really nice.
I don't want nobody, I just want your body, and I miss it when you say
And since that's repeated, that's copied over, so that's a loop vocal from the beginning. I think it happens 2 other times in the song. I would just fix the first one and then copy that one over so it's super clean. Because obviously it'll affect every single ad lib that comes in doing the same. It'll do the same thing. So fix the first one and then copy all of those over, and that's way less work. Just like you literally spend 3 minutes in Melodyne and you're like fine. You'll be like good to go. These are not like we're talking about a lot, but it's not like a ton of work or anything like that. It's pretty easy revisions.
Want you here in every way, getting strong.
you get a great voice. Really, really nice.
Here to stay. Why'd you have to be so kind? My heart's a battle with my mind.
Let me hear something real quick here. Dude, of course. Really nice.
Sway, but my heart is here to stay. Why'd you have to be so kind? My heart's a battle with my mind. Swear I'm about to catch a flight and show up at your house tonight. See your face through my screen.
Okay, so right in this section. So this is where on your vocal, I would get into some of the same manual corrections. One of the reasons why, and again, like it's not just so that things are like robotic and perfect. That's not necessarily the vision that I have for it. The reason why, especially when there's a lot of faster moving vocals and a lot of melodic changes, the reason why it matters that things are manually placed is so there's really clear understanding of the melody. So it's less about the engineering, even though the engineering is the tool used to fix it. It's less about the engineering and it's more about the audience and what they are singing. So if you have notes that are bouncing back and forth between a semitone or two semitones here in auto-tune and unclear melodic structure, because it's kind of moving around a little bit and it's like changes a little bit every time you go, like maybe one time it corrects up, one time it doesn't correct up, so that it's actually changing the melody of the song. The thing I'm always trying to keep in mind is what are the consumers going to sing with you? If they come across your song and they love it and they love the sound, what notes should they hit? And if that's not clear on your side on the production structure, then they won't really know. And it'll be harder for them to like kind of know even what notes to sing with you and what notes to like remember. And then when you are losing tools for remembering a song, it's less likely that people will catch on and it's less likely that they'll come back to you. And of course, our goal, as I'm sure most people's goal, is that people listen to your songs. They listen a lot. They remember it. They come back to it. It's catchy. It's repetitive. Has great structure. So that's why I focus a lot on tuning structure, because I feel like oftentimes, especially if there is a fair amount of auto-tune on a lead vocal, the tuning structure and the vocal production matters so much, because it's literally dictating not just how you feel in the performance, you're dictating what people learn to sing with you if they become a fan of your music. And so if the note is moving between auto-tune, right, or the auto-tune is moving your note, modulating between different pitches, and it's not consistent, or it's too wide of a net that it's throwing out there to catch those notes, then it's going to be really difficult for people to latch onto your music. We don't want that. So there's a couple times in here really quick, we'll dive into it, but the overarching mix, I'm a fan. Overarching mix and like structure of the song is really cool. Let me hold on. I need to get out of this. Let's get back into this verse here really quick. I hope all of this is making sense, and I hope it doesn't feel like just too much crazy information. It really is just like two little things. It's not. I'm talking a lot because I tend to, but it's really just like a couple little minor corrections.
And show up at your house tonight. See your face through my screen. Not enough on my knees. I need you next to me. Come on over, baby, please. Come on over, baby, please. Come on over, baby, please. I'm wishing I could be in your arms.
Okay, so this early pucker is two things right here. One is something I would maybe mention to Waves. Let me see. Let me back it up a little bit. Okay, so one would just be manual correction for your vocal. So this, I would get that clean and clear, because if there's like it's like almost feels like an Arabic scale or something like that. The way that I'm doing it without auto-tune, but I would keep that if that fit in the structure of the beat. If that's really consistent, it's way easier for people to listen to it with you and to actually remember the structure of the song and remember the lyrics. So I would get those, just like we did with Tay's vocal, get those lines of yours really clean in all of those melodies. And then you have a little pocket here where the lyric structure runs out and it's filled with the ad lib and just the filtered delay after it. As a consumer, so even like separating myself as a producer, just as a listener of the music, a fan of the music, I definitely lose a lot of energy right there, because all of a sudden there's just kind of a gap and there's nothing to fill it out there. I would either, one of two things, and I think I have my preference, but one of two things, I'd fill in with another vocal line, just even a vocal run or something right there leading into your next line, or I would fill in with some kind of a lead melody on a synth, even just like a kind of a classic R&B sine wave lead synth or something right there, in that gap right there. So you're not relying on filtered background vocals to carry the energy forward, because I don't think they do. I think they're so far back, and I don't even necessarily want them louder. They're so far back and they're so small since they're all filtered down that they don't really actually give you like enough energy in that transition to kind of hold you over. Let me hear it one more time.
Why'd you have to be out of flight and show up at your house tonight? See your face through my screen.
So I mean, this is super. I mean, your vocal range is crazy. So you like it's so much energy, and so if you lose that steam for a second, it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be the best for your retention in the song, as well as you just kind of maintaining as much energy as possible in the structure here.
Not enough for my needs. I need you
'Cause this is huge.
next to me. Come on.
That little melody right there. Let me hear that one more time.
Tonight, see your face through my screen. Not enough for my needs. I need you next to me. Come on over, baby, please. Come on.
Yeah, just yeah. That's all just manual tuning. Just getting those melodies really sharp. That's all just manual tuning there.
Come on over, baby, please. Come on over,
Here.
baby, please.
Because you already have your stack there that backs off. So you already have a come on over, baby, please. Dun-dun-dun-dun. You already have that energy right there where it already backs off into the ad lib, which I think that sounds good because you still have your double tracks. You still have your stack right there. So you do maintain a lot of energy. Perfect. And then it backs off even more again to the filters. That's where I would have some kind of a filler. If you don't have more lyric structure there, maybe come in with more filler because you already did the tag. You already did the come on over, baby, please. And then tag that again. And then just delayed that tag again for another 2 bars. And so you just kind of have 4 bars of the same lyric being tagged. And you can almost like feel that it's filler as opposed to it feeling maybe a bit more intentional. I like the first set of tags, but the second set of tags, I feel like in order for you to like maintain that energy, you need something to kind of happen there.
Come on over, baby, please. Come on over, baby, please. I'm wishing I could.
And it could be as simple as like some kind of a lead piano line that kind of trills through an arpeggio. It could be a little synth line. It could be you doing a vocal line. Come on over, baby, please. Come over, please. And then you hit your next line coming right after that. Just some kind of a like lead element that like keeps you going, kind of pulls you into the next section of the song. How you do that is obviously complete. If you do that and how you do that is completely up to you in any sense. But I do feel like it does lose a little bit of weight right there when the rest of this energy is like super high.
Even though I know that it could cause harm. If I'm such a 10 and more than a friend, can you come closer and say it again? Hear me
Good stacks though. I like your stacks. I like the energy there, the width there. That's nice.
say, want you here in every
I think there's only one other thing towards the end of the song here. This is really cool. I know I'm sure I'm seeming kind of picky. Honestly, it's a really, really good record and great energy on both of the vocal performances here. Production is great. Overall balance and mix is really, really nice. I think everyone involved crushed it. They did a great job. So I'm just honing in on vocal production, honing in on vocal mix, just because I feel like that's probably the most important thing that needs to be locked in for this to really translate to people. And if it does, I feel like you have something really special.
way, getting stronger every day. Probably shouldn't feel this way, but my heart is
Okay, right here.
to stay. Why'd you have to
Okay, so this little line right here. I don't remember if this happened the first time going through it, but it is happening here. I think your vocal, because I think it was copied over. I'm pretty sure. So let me see here. 225. Let me hear this. I want to check this out really quick. 225. Yeah, it is the same. Okay, so let me go back to 225 here. Since it is the same, I think when it was dropped in, I think it's an 8th note on the grid too fast. So it was copied over from the first one, and it's literally one notch, like an 8th note at the BPM on the grid, fast. It wasn't like maybe put directly on the waveform, or very, very close to it. Maybe it was slid. And so it actually all comes in fast. So let me hear this little transition right here.
this way, but my heart
This is all fine. It's all good. And then
why'd you have to be so kind?
it's a Little fast. Hear that? All of that's like, it's like coming in an edge fast, like just 10 milliseconds fast. It's one little bar quick instead of having the like where it's like on the grid and it feels like a little bit more connected, like to the melody. It's fast by a hair. So I would double check that. I literally think that vocal just needs to be grabbed and notched like an 8th note forward or 16th note forward or whatever it is, however he gridded it. I think it just needs to slide this way a notch because the line before it's not, just that one line is fast and then you're back on track. So I think just when it was copied over, it was nudged one note off and it was close enough that it like slid through the cracks. You know what I mean? It was like close enough that you're like, okay, it kind of is where it is. But I think it was just, it's off grid because it's not the same on the first one as far as I'm aware. So I'll just nudge that over. And this is obviously like the climax of the song here, like this last hook. There's so much energy behind it. Of course, we want that to be as punchy and slicey as possible.
And show up at your house tonight.
This is a cool production. I like those synths a lot. Love the kind of like phasey roads in the background and stuff. It's nice. Nice, dude. You show some love. Show some love, show some love. That is Nicole. They're right here on the TikTok chat right here. Thank you so much for sending this in. This is a really, really cool record. You're a talented, I know we're digging a lot into the vocal structure, but you're a talented vocalist, crazy vocal range. I like Tay's voice a lot too. Good flow, good energy. Energy on the mic, performance and structure, I think is fantastic. It's really, really well done. I just think there's a couple little like polish, it's just literally just polished things. The main overarching structure is mainly like manual tuning, timing, and vocal structure to make sure that that's as like polished and pristine as possible because it's worth it, right? Now if a song's like kind of like, man, it's kind of like whatever, then you can kind of get away with it. You put it out and you just like move on to the next track. But if you feel like you got some energy on a track, you've got a good feature on there, you've got a good voice and a good production from a good producer, it's a good mix, you're investing in the song, I get it right. If you're putting in a little weight behind it, you want to promote it well, you want to do all of these things, and then I would lean into a little bit more. Get it right, get it tracked right, and get everything balanced as much as you possibly can. You're going to be in a great spot. I'm not worried about this song at all. Y'all, please show some love to Nicole. You're amazing. I appreciate you sending that in so much. Let me double check a few things just really quick, but I do believe that is potentially going to be it for tonight. And then we'll be back live again tomorrow as well. I'm excited. You have a great voice. I'm really excited to hear more music from you. That's awesome. And thank you so much. I know this was your first time sending in here. Shout out to Tiffy again. Shout out to Waves. I love them. They're just fantastic. They're always so supportive of what we do here at Track Talk too. So I always want to show love to them anytime I get the chance. I love them. Libby and I both love them. Anytime I have a chance, I try to hop into their live as well, just to say what's up and show some love. But they're awesome. So I'm really excited that you're able to send in the song in here today. So thank you so much for that. One more time, give it up for Nicole. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it today. All right, y'all. Let me get ready to close this out here. That's going to be it for today. A quick little spiel before we hop off of the live stream. Thank you so much for the rose, Nicole. I appreciate that so much. Before we hop off, for those of you who don't know, if you weren't here earlier, my name is Torvik. I am a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for 13 plus years. I'm also a classically trained musician, so a lot of the structure that we go through here is from that perspective. But what I want to say here is if you are ever interested in services, like I said, that's what I do for a living, and I love it. It's amazing. I would be honored to work with anyone who's here in the chat. If you're ever interested, just shoot me a message on Instagram, on TikTok, or you can reach out through my website, theobsidiankey.com, where you can see the contact page there. If you're ever looking for an audio engineer, you're looking for full production services, I do a lot of session work. So if you are looking for someone to track synths for your song, live drums, vocals, guitars, bass, across the board, that is what I do for a living. I'd love to work with you. We can talk about your budget, your timeline, stuff like that. So I love y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all are amazing. Thank you for being vulnerable enough to send in your music today. I do appreciate it so much. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see a good chunk of y'all here very, very soon. We'll see y'all hopefully tomorrow. Peace.